अपने आप को उठाता रहता हूँ पूरा दिन।
Hello, assalamu alaikum everyone.
वालेकुम सर।
Walaikum assalam.
सर खैरियत से?
Very good, alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum, Adnan bhai.
Walaikum assalam, how are you?
Not too bad. How are you? Good.
Very good.
Thank you.
Walaikum assalam, Ashish. Faiz, walaikum assalam. Just waiting for a few more people. I'll start in 4 minutes. Okay, let's begin everyone. So from the last lecture, so I'm going to quickly review, but I am starting all my servers. Walaikum assalam, Wasim. Okay, so guys, in this journey of becoming system admin and moving towards a cloud admin, in the last lecture we learned about Active Directory, and so a quick review about Active Directory is right here. Active Directory is the authentication service. Databases, the database name is NTDS. It is in the C drive of your server, and today we're gonna see where this directory and database is sitting. Active Directory can only be installed on the server operating system. It cannot be installed on a client operating system. It is a role. Active Directory is a role that we installed on a server. The role name is ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services. It has a logical structure and a physical structure. So logical structure is, first of all, forest, tree. Forest is made, then a tree is made, then a domain is made. Then under that, there are OUs. OUs are of two types, OUs and containers. And then built-in OUs are known as containers. The big difference between the two is group policies cannot be applied on containers, but group policies can only be applied on OUs. And then under OUs, we have objects. Objects are users, computers, and groups that we create inside OUs. And then inside the objects have attributes. And attributes are first name, last name, and phone number. So where is Active Directory used nowadays? Everywhere in all environments, Active Directory is used. So Active Directory is required for all types of system admin jobs. So secondly, we also discussed that Active Directory has partitions. Active Directory is made up of partitions and FSMO roles. So partitions are referred to as storage. So Active Directory database is divided into these 5 compartments. So each compartment has its specific information. That's the reason why we have these different storage space. So this complete database is known as Active Directory. But inside Active Directory, there is compartment number 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. In 1, we have the schema of Active Directory. The main Active Directory architecture is sitting in the schema partition. And the second one is configuration. Overall Active Directory configuration is stored in this compartment, configuration. And we have, so configuration is stored in this. And then domain information, users, accounts, and everything is stored in the domain partition. So this is another partition. And then there is application partition, which is mostly DNS information is sitting in application partition. And the last one is global catalog partition. So global catalog, partition, it stores information of other domains. Okay, so other domain. Now, the main question behind this all information, that how much information do you need for interview purposes? How much information do you practically do? Practical, so there are 2 aspects to this. Number 1 is practical. How much practical do you need to know about this? So guys, based on our experience, previous experience, and the real job requirement, you will never be working on the on this level of Active Directory. I mean, we don't make any changes to these partitions. These partitions will these partitions, all the partitions are automatically handled. We don't make any changes to this. Okay, and the FSMO roles as well. FSMO roles, once they are divided, FSMO roles, once they are divided among domain controllers, you will never change them. So both of these things are automatically handled. So going back to the first slide, now first slide, how much information do we need for practical purpose? How much information do we need for the for interview purpose? So even in this slide, Active Directory is an authentication service. So you need to understand this for interview purpose. For interview, you must know, you must have an example as well, that what type of authentication. Now, when it comes to authentication, Naveed, walaikum assalam. So what type of information? Active Directory is an authentication service. Now, whenever this question comes, no problem, Naveed. Whenever this question comes, what do you know about Active Directory? Guys, always think back when the last time you visited a bank. The last time you visited a bank, and then you were in the line, in the queue standing, and then you went to the teller asked you to scan your ATM card, and sometimes they will want you to enter the pin, or sometimes they will want you to have a thumb impression, use a thumb impression. So whatever, so this is known as authentication, and this is what Active Directory is. So Active Directory is a process, it provides a process of user login. So when the user logs into a company and then logged into the laptop, and when the user is successfully logged in or failed logged in both cases, this is known as authentication. So Active Directory provides authentication. Next thing is, where is Active Directory stored? Active Directory is stored in a file called NTDS. It is stored in a file called NTDS, and this is sitting in the C drive. So before I can jump onto the server, so guys, most of the information here is for interview purposes. For interview purposes, we will create a summary, and you need to know all this information. So till this point, so forest, you need to know what is a forest, you need to know what is a tree, you need to know domain, but we don't practically change anything in this. So most of the time it is working, we don't make any changes to this. The main work in Active Directory is in regards to users. Mostly it's in regards to user, create a user, change permissions. So new employee joins in an organization. You as a system admin will receive a request, create a user for this person. So you will create a request, you will create a user account with first name, last name, phone number, and all. And then you will assign permissions for that user for a certain machine, and that's it. So most of the information is for interview purposes, and we need to have that very clear understanding, so that you don't need to remember, it stays there in your long-term memory. And here on Active Directory has 5 partitions and 5 FSMO roles. This is again an information that is automatically managed by Active Directory. FSMO roles are automatically managed by Active Directory. Partitions are automatically managed by Active Directory. So this is required for interview. This is all required for interview purposes. In practical, we don't make any changes to this. So the next point that we understood on the same slide, that there are among 5 roles, there are 2 are for forest-wide role, and 3 are domain-wide roles. So which means that schema master and domain naming master are the roles that are just once created in the complete forest. So if you have 3 domains, there will be schema master will only be 1, and domain naming master will only be 1. If you ever need to make any changes to schema, you need to be on that domain controller. So and that we also learned that the first time when we create when we create a domain controller, all these 5 roles are with the first server. So the first server will have all the 5 roles. The first server will have a schema master, domain naming master, RID master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master. So this server will have all of the roles. Now for high availability, it is recommended to move these roles, to distribute these roles among other domain controllers. So if if it is a small network, then it is recommended that you move so 2 of the roles remains on the first domain controller, and 3 role move onto the second domain controller. So that they are distributed. If one domain controller goes down, the other domain controller is available. So that's what we know, that there are 2 forest wide role, and there are 3 domain wide role. The next thing that we knew about this in the last lecture, that this is a multi-domain environment. In multi-domain environment, yes, we create multiple domain, but we always try to follow a KISS practice, which is keep it simple and stupid. Simple and stupid, there can be another word. I don't know why I don't like the word stupid, but this is a concept. This is a concept. I mean, maybe that's why we remember this word, keep it simple and stupid. Why? Because this is, I mean, to stress this out. I think this is here to stress this out, that always keep your architecture very, very simple. So creating a multi-domain environment, yes, it might give you some flexibility, but the administration of this environment will be very, very difficult. So we also discussed that what will be the difficulty. The difficulty will be to back up all these servers, monitor all these servers, and then apply securities to all these servers. And then if this server goes down, you need to troubleshoot this server. What if this server goes down and this server goes down, and there is a problem on this domain controller? So then you have a problem in 3 different domains at the same time. Then you need to fix all the 3 domains. So it increases the administration. And here is the thing that we need to remember, that why we don't need to make it very complex. So we had a discussion on this. We'll try to keep it simple, meaning, so what is simple in Active Directory? The simple in Active Directory is that always try to start with only one domain. So only one domain. So we start with only this domain, and we don't, so we will, when there is a discussion or there's a requirement of a second domain, we think 100 times. Do we really need a second domain? So for that reason, we try to keep it simple. Yes, Naveed, go ahead, please ask a question.
Nabi, what I want to ask you, that as we learned in failover cluster, that one server goes down, it moves to the second one. So in the same way, these forest-wide roles or domain-wide roles transfer automatically, or do we have to do something?
Yes, a very good question. So these servers, if the server with the role goes down, if the server with the, so let's say 2 roles are sitting with the first server and 3 roles are sitting with the second server. If this, so since these roles exist only once in the complete forest, if this server goes down, the role goes down with it. Okay, so then we have to manually move the role to another domain controller. So yes, to answer your question, no, these are not automatically moved. We need to move them. We need to move them to a second domain controller. Now, so here. So here I am going to write your question. Move FSMO roles. So I'm going to park it here because we need to discuss this. So going back to our review, it's a good question. I'm going to come back to this. So here, so moving between roles, yes. So we'll keep it simple. Now, why am I stressing that on this concept, that why do we need to keep it simple, guys? Because interview, they might ask this question, that what do you prefer, a multi-domain environment or a single domain environment? And what's the problem with a large multi-domain environment? If we need to have it, yes, you can have it. Yes, you can have a multi-domain environment, but the problem with this is then it will be a complex. It will there will be complex. It will be complex. It will be a bit complex to manage that environment. Then the interviewer might ask you second question, what will be the complex thing? So you're a system admin, you should be able to handle all this. For that reason, I mean, you can reply back, the complexity will be this. For each server, we need to make sure it is updated. Then there should be firewalls, it should be backed up, it should be monitors, and monitoring is disk. So this is just the maintenance. What about troubleshooting? If there are problems, then you need to troubleshoot each one of them, and so on. So there are many complexities. They just want to understand that you do understand the complexity of multi-domain environment. It's exactly like It's exactly like, I mean, if you're responsible for 2 or 3 families, then remember that how complex that can be. So if you're so managing one family, because we are all coming from the same, almost the same background from our back home, there is a joint family system. So joint family system, 2 or 3 families living under the same roof. So when 2 or 3 families live under the same roof, it becomes a bit more complex managing the kitchen and the space in the house. So you can just remember that one family is simple to manage, and many families are difficult to manage. So this is exactly the same thing, multi-domain environment and single domain environment. Why are we discussing this? Because we are discussing this for mostly for the interview purposes. Secondly, here multi-forest. We also discussed multi-forest in this case. Ashish asked the question. So if there is an attack on the network, like ransomware, where they need to redo the whole network, uh, so it's a good question. The question is about if there is a network, if there is an attack of virus, or if there is some sort of viral attack on the network. And at the same time, I'm just thinking that how can virus attack a network when it's, or any type of attack? So any type of disruption in the network, yes. Then so first of all, it's a good question. That thinking that there can be an attack on the network. So attacking on the network can be, in our imagination, can be that the attack happened on this domain, and then it basically it took down the domain controller and then the other domain controller, and nobody is able to log in. Then this attack was replicated to the other domain, and nobody was able to log in here, and nobody was able to log in. So first of all, recreating the network is the worst case scenario, but the very first thing is that we restore it from the backup. So we
So
always,
the reason why I asked that was because Telco actually, their whole network actually went down today. And I don't know if you remember Shabazz, basically he's working there, right? So they literally have to take each and every single computer offline. So basically the guy who's there is taking each and every single computer offline. So are they basically going to do that? Like, do they have, like, is that the worst case scenario? Or do companies also have like a whole backup network like you were telling us before?
yes. So there are two things here. There are two things. Number one is, as being a system admin, our responsibility is basically to take care of the servers. So most of the time, servers are the most protected devices in the whole network. So basically, there are multiple firewalls before the servers. There are hardware firewalls. There are software firewalls. So for the most part, all the servers infrastructure remains protected. But the example that you're giving, yes, that example is not it happens on the desktop side. So most of the time the attacks happens on the desktop computers where all of the users are connected. Even that network is basically protected with firewalls. But sometimes, because of people use USBs and other devices, if one machine is compromised, then it goes to the second, and that's how the virus works. So in that case, yes, so that's the worst case scenario, to rebuild all of the machines and fix them. But the very first strategy of bringing that up will be to, first of all, clean them all one by one, or maybe whatever way they are trying to do. If it is not cleaned, if they are not cleanable, so first of all, clean them and fix them. The very first option is fix them. Secondly, if they're not able to fix them, then bring them from the backup. So they must have a backup. And the last resorted, if even the backup fails, then recreate the complete environment. And that will be maybe 1 in 100, or maybe 0.01 chance that they have to recreate everything. Because if they have to recreate everything, they're going to lose everything. They're going to, so that is not even an option. So clean it, fix it, backup, bring it from the backup. That will be the strategy. Okay. Um, so from here in this slide, we also learned that we might have a multi-forest environment. You're most welcome, Ashish. And forest one and domain. So we learned that the schema master and domain naming master only exist once in the company, just like a CEO exists once in a company, unless it's a group of companies, and group of companies have many CEOs in different companies, but then each company will be considered as one forest. So schema master and our then read master, PDC emulator, and infrastructure master exist in each domain. Okay. Then in the next slide, so these are the information that we learned last time, multi-domain environment, then we can build a trust between the two. So this was the assignment given to you, and I think some of you have tried it. This is optional if you can do it, because if once trying to do this type of assignment will be kind of an advanced lab. And yesterday I was speaking to Alamgir about this, and Alamgir did a lot of work on this, and he was able to build it. I'm not sure if you were able to do it. I mean, my expectation was that maybe you might be able to do 50 or 60% of this. But Alamgir was able to do, I think, 80-90%, and now he's completed 100%. Thank you, Alamgir. And everyone else can also update, provide an update that how was it?
So I've done, I created lecture, and for the trust relationships, we have to we have to create a DNS stub on both the servers, like both the domains, and then we have to give the like identity of one of the DNS to the other. I think till that point I've reached.
Okay,
And
excellent. Excellent. So it means that you have reached at least 60-70%. If you have created two forests, you are able to basically understand that you need to have a DNS on both sides as well. And building one-way trust relationship is like the goal of this exercise.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good.
But that far I've reached.
Excellent. Very good. And how much time did you spend on this, like in hours?
Like I said, the whole day yesterday I was doing like 740 all the videos which you recommended me last time. So it took a whole day yesterday. So today I completed the task because the
Right,
domain
right.
created.
Mm-hmm.
So it was easier for me to relegate the DNS, and
Very
then
good. Very good. Excellent, Faz. Very good. Time will be spent on this, and trust me, this time will pay off. This time will definitely pay off, because this is the practical we do need. Alamgir, how much time you have to spend on this complete lab?
Sir, maybe in between 2 hours.
2 hours. 2
hours,
hours working with the forest and then the DNS and troubleshooting and all that. Just 2 hours?
Yeah, maybe 2.5 hours, 2
Okay.
hours.
Okay, very good. Anyone else was try to complete this assignment?
Sir, I've make it like forest and new domain, but I was unable to join the trust relation.
Okay. Okay, no problem. But you tried, you created the two
Yes, sir.
forest? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. When the trust is built,
Mhm.
so like I should be able to log in from client, right? From both domains, right?
When the trust is built, you should be able to log on both sides. Yes.
Yeah, it shows me, but I tried, but I could not log in. Anyways, at the end of class or in between.
Yes, yes. So at the end of the class, we'll try to go through this.
Sir, I have a question. So
yes, please go ahead.
when build the trust, there are some wizards open, right? And
Mm-hmm.
there are options like private, internal, and external.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know you know that or not, or Alamgir did this or not.
Yes, for sure.
Right.
So Alamgir, was it a domain trust or forest trust?
Sir, forest trust.
So
Okay.
was it a two-way trust or was just a private one-way
Two-way
trust?
trust. Two-way trust.
Yeah, because I have chosen external trust so that everyone can communicate. I
Okay.
mean, both the server can communicate.
Right, right. No,
Right?
in yes, in
In
this,
two-way trust, they
it's
can trust.
just a two-way trust.
Yeah.
Yes, two-way trust. Okay.
So
Okay. So I worked up till here, like two-way trust
Okay.
I created. That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent.
yeah,
Wasim, did you had to do something in the DNS as well?
For now, no, I didn't do anything in DNS.
Okay.
The only thing that I put the DNS address and that's it. I didn't do anything in DNS.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay. So, so guys here, then at the end of your end of the last lecture, we started talking about sites and services. We'll come back to Active Directory after a group policy as well. So these all things are related. So yesterday we started talking about, actually, we need to speak about Active Directory. So domain controllers, security risks that can affect the domain controllers. So security risk that can affect the domain controller. Now that we are talking about domain controllers, and domain controllers are basically those servers that has domain controllers are those servers that has users, OUs, and users can log into the different resources. That how can you? What are the security risks that can affect a domain controller? Our domain controllers are prime target for attacks and the most important resources to secure. Security risks include network security, authentication attacks, elevation of privileges, and then DOS attack, which is it is distributed. I think DOS.
Denial of service, sir. Denial of service.
Okay, yeah, denial of service attack. Yeah, so DDoS, the other distributed denial of service, that's another type of attack. But okay, denial of service attack, then operating system service and application attacks and operational skills and physical security threats. So what are these? Number one is network security. A domain controller, we need to protect a domain controller from these different type of attacks. First of all, network security. A network security must be very, very tight so that these domain controllers are protected, so that outside people outside the network, they're not able to log in or attack the domain controller. So that starts from a physical security. So first of all, as they say, without no security without physical security. So first of all, domain controllers are kept in safe places where there is no physical access to the domain controller. Physical security. So physical security in normal networks and in real real environments, the very first question is that I need to install a domain controller. So your very first question to them, if the management requires that we need to install a new domain controller in the network, your first question is where are we going to keep it? Are we going to keep this server in an open place, or is there a data center that is protected from a physical threat or physical security? We are going to keep the domain controller over there. So our top priority is that keep the domain controller inside a data center that is protected, there where only authorized people can go inside that data center. Or if it is a small environment, let's say it's a branch office of your organization and they need to install a domain controller, so never ever install a domain controller in an open place. So what is an example of open place? Let's say a fast food chain or KFC. You're working for KFC. So KFC, we all know that KFC has thousands of branches throughout the world. So KFC's headquarter might be huge wherever it is, but they have small branches throughout the world. And these small branches, we all know that these are fast food chain. And within the fast food chain, do we need to keep a domain controller? First of all, there are different factors that we need to go through. That where do we need to keep a domain controller, guys? The normal recommendation is if your network, if that branch office has anywhere users with more than 150 users, then we need a domain controller. So this is a basic requirement if you need to keep a domain controller. I mean, going back to the same concept, let's say your company has a headquarter in one of the cities in New York, and then there is a new branch office opening for this in another city. Let's say this is Brampton. It is the new your company is opening a new branch office in Brampton. So for in Brampton, do you need a domain controller? So the very first requirement is that there has to be at least 150 or more users, then you should need a domain controller. Otherwise, any users less than this, they can log into the headquarter network. Or the second requirement is that if it is or second requirement is that if your headquarter is very far aside, very far away. So so first of all, that there should be significant number of users that need a domain controller. Otherwise, they can use the network and log into the other network. I mean, that goes to a very, very small branch that has only 20 users, or another branch that has only 50 users. Do we need a domain controller for them? Normal recommendations are that for 20 users or 50 users, they should all log in to the headquarter domain controller. Now, what is the reason? The reason is domain controller needs to be kept in a safe location. But let's think for a second that let's say these two branches are very far apart. So there is, let's say that 1,000 kilometers or 1,000 miles in between this branch and that branch. So that might be very slow for these 50 users to log in. In that case, yes, you can install a domain controller. In that case, you can install a domain controller, but not a full domain controller. So 1,000 miles apart, in that case, you can install a domain controller, but not a full domain controller. In this location, we can install a domain controller that is known as RODC. RODC is known as read-only domain controller. So here I'm going to write read-only domain read-only domain controller, and in short words, it is known as RODC. Now, RODC, just like the name says, it is a read-only domain controller. So what happens is it will replicate. Number one, it's a read-only domain controller for this branch. So first of all, a very small site should log into the headquarter. Number one. And why are we discussing this, guys? We are discussing this because domain controller is a very important server in your organization. Domain controller has very sensitive information of your organization. Think somebody gets their hands onto a bank domain controller, a bank's domain controller. What can they get? Guys, they can get the usernames and passwords of all your organization, starting from CEO, username and passwords, and going down to the teller level, going down to teller and all these people. So they can get hands on to their complete list of users, their phone numbers, addresses, and everything. So the first thing is, if somebody steals that domain controller physically, so we are talking about physical security. If somebody steals it physically, first of all, they have a list of their complete domain controller. But that's another thing, that if they will be able to break into the domain controller. Can they break into the domain controller? That's the second question. But the first thing is that they got your suitcase. Now, if they can open it or not, that's the second thing. Yes, they will be able to open it if they have the key. So if somebody steals a suitcase, so first thing is it's physically lost. Number two, now they need to have a key. Now, how can they have a key? Can they break into Active Directory? No, sir. They cannot break into Active Directory. Nobody is able to break into Active Directory. If Active Directory would have been, if somebody would have been able to break into Active Directory, it would have been in news. It would have been in news, and Active Directory would have not been that famous. So at the moment, at least I mean, it will be safe to say at least 90% of the world companies, 90%, and you can think of throughout the world, they all use Active Directory for authentication, 90%. What is the 10%? 10% are using Unix authentication. So 10% of them are using Unix and 90% are using Active Directory. So which are the companies that are using Unix authentication? Unix authentication is used by the banking applications. So basically when you use your ATM card, when you use your ATM card in that ATM machine, that authentication is Unix based authentication. When the teller, if you ever went, I mean, we all went to a bank at one time or another, you might have look at their screen. Their screen is most of the time in green color. So they type something and it's mostly green color. When they open an account, it is normal like a web page, but especially when they have to grant you ATM access, when they grant you different type of banking access, it's of green color, black background and green color. That complete machine it is authenticating against Unix. So guys, Active Directory is very strong, and Unix is even stronger. So Unix is even more strong, considered as more stronger. So most sensitive application use Unix authentication. But Unix authentication is difficult to manage. For that reason, Unix is not used for office authentication. So all the offices throughout the world, wherever you go, hospitals, airports, different companies, wherever you go, Active Directory is used for authentication. So we are talking about risks on domain controller. So very first thing that we need to remember that Active Directory domain controller should be protected from physical security. We need to provide a physical security. When it comes to a physical security, very first question is, okay, in the headquarter, we know headquarters have data centers and headquarters are protected. So domain controllers are protected inside a headquarter. But what about the branch offices? So guys, the very first rule about the branch offices, if you have 150 or more users, then you should consider installing a domain controller. But if you are installing a new domain controller, always think of placing the domain controller in a locked room. So this room should be locked at all times. So it should be a locked room. I mean, since it is a small branch office, you cannot have a huge big data center here, but at least the room should be locked, number one. So, and then you should put a domain controller. Domain controller should never be put outside in the open, number one. So what about the very small places and very far places? So let's say these are only 20 users or 50 users, and this branch office is sitting in the mountains somewhere. So your bank, your company has a bank branch in the mountains somewhere, and it is far away from the headquarters. So even in that case, even if there are only 20 employees in that bank, you need to have their own domain controller. So in a company where you need a domain controller because it's in the mountains, maybe thousands miles apart or 1,000 kilometers apart. So in that, consider a domain controller, but in that domain controller, we will have a read-only domain controller. So what is a read-only domain controller? Guys, read-only domain controller, RODC. RODC is a limited domain controller. It won't have a list of all the users and account. Let's say in your headquarter domain controller, there are 10,000 users information. There are 10,000 users information, but in RODC, it will have only 20 users information. So it won't have the complete Active Directory. It will have only the Active Directory of 20 users. So which means even if this domain controller is lost or stolen, the only accounts that will be compromised will be these 20 accounts. So you can reset the password, you can disable the accounts. As soon as you know that this RODC is stolen, you can, from your headquarter domain controller, just disable these 20 accounts. So always remember about RODC. So interview question is that what would you do, how would you install a domain controller in the remote office? Answer is that we can go with read-only domain controller. Read-only domain controller has only those accounts that exist in that branch, and it doesn't have all the accounts that are in your complete Active Directory. Okay, so from this slide, from this information, what do we need to learn? We learn two new things here, everyone. Number one is that a domain controller must be physically secure. Number one, no security without physical security. So domain controller must be in a secure data center. Must be in a secure data center, number one. Number two, if it is in a branch office, the branch room should be locked. The branch room should be locked room. So it should be a locked room in the branch office. So two things. Number three, if there is an absolute need of a domain controller in a remote location, then always go with only RODC domain controller. So it is a read-only domain controller. Since it is a domain controller, users can log in. So this user can log in. This user can log into this domain controller, but so only these users will be able to log in, and other users won't be able to log in. Now your question might be, what if a manager from the headquarter is visiting this branch where the users are? How this user will log in, because his user account is not here in the in RODC. So in that case, let's say if this your manager is visiting this remote office for any reason and he needs to log in, guys, he will need to wait until his account is replicated to this domain controller. So normally when this manager needs to go to that remote office, he would request the system admin, I'll be visiting that location next week. So make sure my account, I should be able to authenticate. So you as an admin will add his account to this list of 20 users. So then there will be 21 users listed in this RODC. Naveed asked a question, if only 20 users among 1000 in RODC, where are the other users saved? So other users are saved in the headquarter domain controller. So here, so all the other users are saved in the headquarter. So all of the users are here, but in RODC, we will only allow those users that are required for this branch. Now, what is the idea? The idea is so that if this machine is stolen, first of all, there are standards that we need to follow whenever we install. It should be in the locked room, even in the small branch place. So if it is in a locked room, so it has to be in the locked room. If it is in a locked room, the physical security is provided, but in a place of 20 users, sometime it might not be possible, or sometimes the room is not that much locked. So people can steal. If this can be stolen, then only 20 users will be compromised. You can disable the users and then use it. So the physical security is required. So from this slide, always remember RODC. RODC number one, number two, physical security. Number three is that yes, 150. So if there is 150 users requirement, 150 or more, then we install a domain controller, but it has to be a locked room. So next one is authentication attacks. So people can authenticate attacks. So authentication attacks are attacks where people use a brute force software. What is a brute force software? Brute force software are those software. So this is a simple application that will use hundreds of logins or thousands of logins on your domain controller. So when the login screen comes, it will try once with one user, then second user, then third user, then fourth user, then one user with 1000 passwords or 100,000 passwords, and second user with 100,000 passwords. So it keeps on trying with all the combinations. So guys, in order to protect from this, we have a lockout policy. So all the domains have lockout policy. So 3 wrong attempts, your account will be blocked. So 3 wrong attempts, your account will be blocked. So that lockout policy will protect us from this authentication attacks. On Active Directory, there cannot be authentication attacks because 3 times or 10 times you enter a wrong password, your account will be locked. You cannot use that account. Number one. And then there is elevation of privileges. Elevation of privileges is basically, this is an internal attack. This is an internal attack. Now, if let's say your domain is protected against denial of service, and then operating system has antivirus, and then applications, everything is protected inside your domain controller. Operational attack and physical security. Physical security we already discussed. But what is elevation? This is the most. This is mostly the most common type of attack happens on Active Directory if it has to open. If it is there. Now, network security, there are firewalls to protect. Authentication, lockout policy is there. Denial of service, there are firewalls protect them. We don't have to do anything. Firewalls are there. They will protect against this. Operating system, antivirus is there to protect the operating system and services and application. So this is protected by antivirus, AV or antivirus. And then we have operational risk. This is again, the operational risk and elevation of privilege is the same thing. But physical security, you need a locked room and secure data center. But what about this elevation of privileges? Guys, elevation of privileges is a type of attack where your own person is against you, where your own admin is against you. Let's say in your company, there is XYZ person is a system admin with full privileges. So since he has full privileges, he can attack your domain controller. Maybe he can get all the user listing and download everything from Active Directory and give it to your competitor. So that is kind of an attack of elevation of privileges and operational risk. Operational risk is just that risk that if your own admin, if your own admin turns against you and take out all this, in order to protect your organization from this, we have auditing and group policy. So group policy we will be discussing today. Group policy and auditing is basically our two security applications that we use. As soon as you see something is happening, some extra thing is happening on your domain controller, you will get an alert from a group policy that somebody is trying to download everything from our domain controller. So that will trigger an alert, and that alert will go to another system admin or maybe the IT manager that somebody tried to download everything or anything suspicious that is happening on the domain controller. It will be provided. An alert will go to the IT manager. Number one. Number two is that in all of the environment we follow the principle of least privilege. Only have few people access to full Active Directory. Do not. So in most of the organization, this is a rule that there will be least number of people being a domain controller. So if you have 10 domain admins that have full access, then it is more risky as compared to if you have only three domain admins in your network, and rest of the people, they have their exact privileges. For example, the help desk, if they need access to Active Directory, help desk people will be only given access to view the user account and then to reset the password. So with that, we can control that type of risk, which is elevation of privileges. Okay, so and then implementing authentication data center. Yes, so here So we'll be going through all this group policy today. It's a very, very important topic that we need to discuss here. So this is where I discuss what is a RODC. RODC is, so in the data center, we have a full writable copy of server 2008 or any new domain controller till 2016. So in the data center, you have a full domain controller. This is a full domain controller. It has everything that is required on the domain controller, and this domain controller is kept in a secure location. But this is a branch office. In branch office, we will place a RODC. RODC has all the objects, subset of the attributes. It is only a read-only copy. User sign in using RODC. User sign in using RODC forward authentication, and password is cached inside this and has local administrator group available. So yes, these are some of the things written here, but the most important thing about RODC is that it has limited number of users. Limited number of users. So that if this is stolen, then whoever stole this RODC, they won't have much information. You can quickly go inside this domain controller and disable only those users that were in this domain controller. But remember that there is something called RODC, which is read-only domain controller. And then we also spoke about password policy. So today in the group policy, we will see what is a password policy, what is a lockout policy. Lockout policy is the same one, that 3 wrong attempts and your user is disabled. Have we seen that anywhere? Have we seen that anywhere? Yes, in ATM.
Yes.
In ATM, right?
Yeah, we did here too.
Yeah, and in Active Directory too, you do 3 wrong attempts and your account is gone, and try using 3 wrong pins or 4 wrong pins on ATM, and your card will be blocked. So that is lockout policy. Then we have something called fine grain policy. We have protected user authentication policies and policy silos. We'll see that in a group policy. This is a password policy. Password policy in all of the organization is like this, like enforce password history. Number 1, password history. In Active Directory, we enforce password history. Password history simply says that if a user cannot use last 10 passwords, user cannot use last 10 used passwords. So if the user first time when the user created a password called ABC, and then the second password, as soon as the user is trying to change the password, user cannot use ABC again, because it's the last used password. So enforce password history. If this policy is not applied, then user can keep changing to same password all the time, and that's a security risk. So enforce password history is that user cannot use last 10, 20, or whatever. We can set up the number in group policy, but then you can say last 5 passwords. And then maximum password age is 30 days. After 30 days, user has to change the password. Minimum password age is 1 day. If the user has changed the password today, he should not be able to change the password again today. Tomorrow, he should be able to change the password. Minimum length of the password is, let's say, 16 or 8 characters. So user cannot have a password like this, just ABC, it's 3 characters. So mostly starts from 8 to 16 characters, minimum 68 characters and goes up to 16. And then the password has to be a complex password. So does not contain name or username. So it should not be your name or username. It must have 6 characters. So minimum 6 characters. Here it's saying we can change it to 8 or 16, and contains characters from 3 of the following groups. So it should be 1 uppercase letter, 1 lowercase letter, 1 numeric value, and 1 special character. So this is what is known as complexity requirement. So this is a password policy that is applied to all the Active Directory servers. This is a lockout policy. Lockout policy is simply saying lockout policy is simply saying what is the lockout duration. Lockout duration is 30 minutes. So if you use 3 wrong passwords, your account will be locked out for 30 minutes. And then what is the lockout threshold? Threshold is saying if the user tried 3 wrong times, then the password will be locked out. Or here you can give a different, here you can give a different number as well, 3 wrong attempts. Yes, Naveed, you have a question?
Yes, Anand bhai. One thing which I want to know about the group policies that I sent a picture in the group, and some users are naughty and some users are very user friendly, right? My question to you is that if you open this picture which I sent on the group,
Right, I'm trying to open this. Yes.
yeah, so there is an option here which is change settings.
Yes.
The thing which I want to ask you that the environment where I work, like this change setting is totally disabled, so no one can go in this and no one can change the computer name, or no one can change the domain settings, right? Or domain controller name.
Right, right. So that's a group
So,
policy, yes.
so like, are we going to learn all these options or just the
Yes, yes,
basic
yes.
stuff?
Today. No, 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 no. We will be learning that today.
Okay, all right. Thank
Yes.
you.
So it's yes. So settings like these we can set them up in the group policy. Okay. So account lockout is a policy. So its duration is 30 minutes and 3 wrong attempts, it's gone. You can set it to 7 wrong attempts or 10 wrong attempts. And then reset lockout counter is 30 minutes. You can set it up that the account should be automatically enabled after how much time. So you can set this up to 30 minutes as well. So for 30 minutes is account logged out, and after 30 minutes it will be automatically enabled, or the user has to call the help desk and make it enable. Here you have Kerberos policy. Enforce user logon restrictions enabled. Maximum lifetime of a service ticket is 600 minutes. Maximum lifetime of a user ticket is 10 hours. Maximum lifetime of a user ticket is renewal 7. Now this is a background service. Kerberos. What is a Kerberos, guys? Kerberos, Mr. Kerberos. So I'm gonna make a Mr. Kerberos here. Mr. Kerberos. Mr. Kerberos. And I'm gonna make his face something like this. Rest of the body is same. So this is Mr. Kerberos. Guys, Mr. Kerberos is the authenticator. He is the authenticator. So basically when we say Active Directory is the authentication service, so the complete service is run by this person called Mr. Kerberos. So in technical language, we call this a protocol. Kerberos is a protocol that basically does the authentication, that literally do the authentication. So when I say Active Directory is equal to authentication, then somebody must be doing that complete process. So what is that complete authentication? Yes. So somebody is doing that process. Now, what process am I talking about? So the process is, guys, keep looking at his face. I'm not making the eyes, but I am going to make his teeth. Yes. So Mr. Kerberos is maybe I can just make him. So Mr. Kerberos, guys, and I am keep on repeating this word because this is a very important interview question. This is a very important interview question. What is Kerberos? They're not interested in knowing a huge big story, but they just need to understand what is Kerberos. So guys, Kerberos, and if the first thing you need to remember is Kerberos is a unique name. Maybe you might not have might not ever have heard of this name. Kerberos. So Kerberos, Mr. Kerberos is a person who does authentication. So what does why am I saying that he's the person who's doing authentication, guys? What is the main purpose of a T-boy in the office? TEA. Maybe you might not have heard this term, T-boy. T-boy in the office. So the main function is for the T-boy in the office is to provide teacups, tea for the complete office, your complete office team. Office boy, yes, office boy is the right word. T-boy or the office boy. So that person is responsible basically to provide tea, water, and maybe at lunchtime, the different stuff for your complete office. right? And if there are guests, he would be able to provide all these services to your office, all of the people who are visiting your office. So guys, Mr. Kerberos is responsible for taking your username, bringing it to Active Directory, and making sure the user is authenticated, bringing back the authentication so that you can access the printer. So this complete transaction, when the user sends a username, username and password to Active Directory, to a domain controller, to a DC. And so this is all done by Mr. Kerberos. So Kerberos in the background, when you press enter and you say, when you type the username and you press enter, from that time, Mr. Kerberos will basically take your username and bring it to domain controller and wait there. And once the user domain controller says, yes, username and password is absolutely correct, then we'll take the authentication and bring it back to the user saying that you're good. Now you can use all the services within this network. You can use the printers, you can log into your internet, you can use all the company resources. So that complete work is done by Mr. Kerberos. So from this slide, you just need to remember that. Now, here also it is keep on mentioning this word ticket, ticket, ticket. For the ticket is, it's called an authentication ticket. So what happens is when you send, Mr. Kerberos takes the username and password. So my question to you is, so Mr. Kerberos exists in every computer? Do you think Mr. Kerberos exists in every computer?
Just in servers, sir?
Uh, so Alamgir, you're right, but it exists in all the computers. It exists in the server, but it exists in all the computers. So Mr. Kerberos is responsible as soon as you join it to a domain. Mr. Kerberos is, Mr. Kerberos basically, so when you join a computer to a domain, Mr. Kerberos is born in your computer. So it's a newborn baby in your computer when you join it. So now Mr. Kerberos will be waiting every day at 9 a.m. When you log in, when you press enter after username, Mr. Kerberos is ready and it will jump onto the network, take your username and password and bring it to a domain controller and then stand there outside a domain controller and then bring that password. So once the user is authenticated, user will be given a ticket. So this is known as authentication ticket.
Along with the password the password which we enter in the local machine. So this is not that kind of thing. It works only with domain.
Yes, so that's a very important point. The normal username and password is not done by Kerberos. The normal username and password is done by the machine itself, and it's just a local authentication. But Active Directory uses Mr. Kerberos protocol to take the username password to domain controller, and then once the username is logged in, user will be provided a ticket. So this is known as authentication ticket. This ticket will be used, so this ticket is provided to the user, and with this ticket, user will be able to use all of the resources. So let's say, let's try that process here. So let's say user logged in. So at 9 a.m., 5,000 users are logging into your network. At between 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. in the morning, all your company users are logging in. So they all have Mr. Kerberos. So all of the Kerberos are going to Active Directory. They're all thousands of people, thousands of Mr. Kerberos are standing outside domain controller, and domain controller has to service all of Mr. Kerberos. So these all Kerberos are standing outside and they're waiting for their tickets, and then they get the ticket and then they bring it back to the user and user will be able to use it. So this is happening, guys. This is how important Active Directory server is. And in the morning, throughout the day, people are getting authenticated throughout the day again and again. This is Mr. Kerberos helping in authentication. So domain controller has this protocol that is called Mr. Kerberos protocol, and that Kerberos is the main idea is the main function of Mr. Kerberos is take the username and password, get authentication, have a ticket created. This ticket is used here. Now, what is the main purpose of the ticket, guys? Main purpose of the ticket is as soon as user gets that ticket successfully. So that ticket can be successful or failure. So if the password, if there is anything wrong with the username, anything wrong with the password, ticket will not be generated. For that, Mr. Kerberos will go back and saying your password is wrong. If the username is wrong, Mr. Kerberos will say your password or username is wrong. This is, I mean, the same thing happens on the banking website as well. So, but what if the ticket is successful? If the ticket is successful, then every time the user tries to access a printer, so user is trying to access this printer, the printer will say, where is your authentication ticket? So this is the reason why we have this ticket.
So, sir, these all things happening in a millisecond or microsecond?
Exactly. This all is happening in microseconds, or in I mean we have seen that as soon as on Windows 10 machine you enter username and password and click enter and you log in, right? So this is how fast all this. So we don't see that, but as being a system admin, we need to remember that. We need to remember that Mr. Kerberos is responsible for authentication. DC provides authentication, but Mr. Kerberos, which is a Kerberos policy, is responsible for taking that username and password, created authentication ticket. Now this ticket will be used with everything. Just like, have we ever been to a fun, Disney World or places like that where they give us a bracelet, a different type of bracelet, and that bracelet you can show it to anywhere, and then you can enjoy any different type of, those dodging cars and maybe whatever type of fun is there in that fun place, Funland or different places.
So, sir, as soon
Yes.
as we create the domain controller, the Kerberos protocol automatically assigned, right? Or
Exactly, yes.
Right.
So
Okay.
now we need to remember that if somebody asks, what is the authentication protocol used by Active Directory? Your answer is this person, Kerberos.
It's
Okay.
a standalone.
Yes, go ahead.
This Kerberos is a program running behind in the.
Faz, I cannot hear you properly. So I think your question is, Kerberos is a program or what type of service, right?
Yeah. Is it running in the background? Is it a background service running?
Yes, it is a background service and it's a protocol. And what is a protocol? Protocol is just a list of instructions. So what should be happening when a user enter username and password? So what happens when you click enter? So there has to be some service that should take it to domain controller and bring it back with responsibility. And that service is called Mr. Kerberos. Yes. Okay. Um, so here, fine grained policy and tools for PSO. Okay. And then we need to discuss MFA. Okay. So before going there, guys, let's log into our server, everyone. It's time to log into a server. Now within the server, what we will do in this small exercise, we'll come back to sites and services, but now let's go to everyone, log into server number 1. Once you're logged in, let me know. Everybody needs to log in, everyone needs to log in, please. So please let me know in the chat window if you're logged in. So how many people are logged in? We have Naveed, Dishan, Human is at work, Salim, Alamgir, Faz, Wasim. Okay, Ashar is logged in. Thank you. So guys, what we need to do is we need to do everything in a fast manner. What I want you to do, everyone, is open Active Directory users and computer and create a new user. Create a new user called, so where is the new user? Right here. So I'm going to go to Active Directory. So we are going to quickly create a new user and then we are going to log into our client machine. So let's go to a Toronto OU. Within Toronto OU, let's go to users OU and create a new user here. Let's create a new user, and the new user will be John Smith. Let's create a new user called John Smith. So a user called John Smith and J Smith. So username will be J Smith, everyone. And next, and the password is our famous password. Password 1, and we don't use it. User must change the password. Just disable this option. User must change the password. We don't want user to change the password. And then we will select password never expired and user account is disabled. So I want you to do these two changes. Password never expires and account is disabled. So once this is done, just let me know quickly. Guys, we need to do this very quick now because we all are Active Directory expert and you should all be able to do it without instructions. So the only thing, and guys, you're listening and I want you to do it while listening. You don't have to look at the screen. If you have to look at the screen, that is fine. But the important thing is that you are doing this according to my, along with my instructions. I mean, you should be that fast in doing that. This is what happens in the real environment. So we are preparing for the real environment. So, I mean, yes, what I mean by that is, so yes, you can ask me that, can you go back to the previous screen and can you show me that and this? Yes, I can show it to you, but guys, I want all of us to be in with that active brain. So please be with that active brain. Run with my instructions. Run with the instruction. Yes, you can have a look at the screen, and as soon as you're done, just type done in the chat window. So we all need to be that fast. So so these labs, in these labs, I want you, I need to see your speed in completing these small little tasks. Okay, so we created a user and the user is password never expired and account is disabled and done. Now the second thing is user here. What's the user difference between the first user and the last user? The account is disabled. Let's go to a client machine and log in with this user. So I'm going to go to the client machine where I am logged in. So let's see, the very first thing I need to make sure that if who is logged in. So here, no one is logged in on this machine. I think this is not even part of Active Directory. So, so copy the, yes. So just provide your, whatever you're seeing on your screen. Naveed is saying that it is, the account is disabled. So in this case, in my case, you know, I'm going to work on client 2 because I had some issues with client 1. So, okay, so once you get that message, go back to Active Directory and enable the account and then log in. So guys, we need to do that quickly. So whoever is not updating the chat window, I'm assuming that you have problem with your machine or you were not able to complete the task. So Naveed is logged in, very good. And Alamgir, Faz, Salim, and Zishan, everyone, please keep on updating quickly. So on this machine, I have Mike logged in, but I want to Mike to sign out and log in with the. So Asher is done. He is able to log in. Very good. Thank you.
It is very difficult for me to switch windows between this Zoom application and my
Oh,
VMware.
okay. So which means that you have one screen,
Yes,
and so both are on one screen.
yeah, that's why I'm having a problem. That and it hanged up for a few minutes. That's why I was
Okay,
unable.
okay, no problem, no problem, Faz. Faz, dun, dun, dun. Would it be possible to get another screen, maybe even a smaller screen by next week? I would suggest get another screen so that you can have Zoom and the lab on the same time. Okay. So
Sorry, Dan bhai.
yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Faiz bhai, I can arrange one screen for you for sure. Like tomorrow, I will let you know. I have one.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Good, good. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to log in to my network 360 cloud and John Smith. So as soon as I'm trying to log in, it gives me this message. Guys, I wanted you to see this message. So we can't sign you in credential because your domain isn't, oh, so this is a totally different message. It's just saying that my domain is not available. This is not even the message with a disabled. So guys, here what we are learning to how to troubleshoot these small little issues. So number one, always in troubleshooting, always look at the message, read the message carefully, because most of the time the message will give you a good direction. So here it's giving me a direction. We can't sign you in because in your credential because domain isn't available. Now, when it says domain isn't available for me, it means that there is something wrong with the network. There is something wrong with the network, and this client machine is not able to get to this server. So now what should I do? So what I can do is I can try to log in with the local account. So the only way is to log in with the local account, and let me try to log in with the administrator of this network. So let's see if it's just a blank screen. It is trying to log in. So for everyone else, if you are able to log in with John Smith, if you're able to log in with John Smith, guys, switch and log in with administrator. Switch and log in with administrator. So here I'm logged in. Let me just quickly see. You can switch user. I mean, keep Mr. John Smith logged in. John logged in, but also go here, click on start. So here I can see the start. So you can go to start, and within start, if you click on the user, it says switch user. So when you click here on the user, it says switch user. So switch user, log in with administrator on the same client machine. Log in with just an administrator on the, I mean, your domain / administrator, because we need to create a folder. We need to create a folder that John Smith has only read access to. So one more time, what we need to do is, so what are we doing, guys? We created a user. Log into the client with John Smith. So once you logged in successfully, so we created a user with disabled, with account disabled. And then you try to log in with John Smith, you get an error message. You fix the error message by enabling the user. Okay, so this was one exercise. Second exercise is on the client machine, switch user and log in by administrator. Switch user and log in by administrator. Now in C drive, create a folder. Create a folder called Fun Documents. So now you need to do assign read-only permission to John Smith to this folder. So then next you need to test the permissions. You need to test the permissions by switch user back to John Smith and try to create a folder inside Fun Documents. You will get an error message.
Sir,
Yes, please go ahead.
so to log in with the administrator in client machine, I have to mention the canap slash backslash that administrator because I'm unable to log in
Yes, yes,
client.
please. Yes, you need to type canf/administrator.
MS Smith is login, sir. Client is login, but I'm not able to log in with the administrator.
Okay. Okay, just a second.
So it's showing that domain is not available.
Domain is not available, but you're able to log in with John Smith.
Yeah, client with the client name. Yes.
And on the same client, when you try to switch user, you try to switch user.
Same client, sir.
Okay, okay, like this here. Can you look at my screen? So on the client, I'm on the client, just go to the user and here it
Okay.
says switch user.
Okay.
Did you try that?
No, sir, not this one.
Okay, try this, please.
Switch user. Okay.
That says you don't currently have permission to access this folder.
Excellent. So Naveed, you were able to create a folder You gave read-only permissions
Yes, sir.
to
And
John's.
then
Right.
then I logged in back with the JSmith. I tried to open that folder which I created on C,
Right.
and now it is saying that you don't currently have permission to access this folder.
Excellent, excellent, very good. So now do the same exercise. Do the same exercise with Faz. Faz, do you have any problem doing this? Complete exercise.
Sir, I will try after the class, sir.
Sir, after the document, what was the next step? I can't see.
Okay. Yes.
I
The next.
the document in the client's.
So yes, right here. So once you create a document, assign read-only permissions to John Smith to the folder.
From client?
On the client, on the document. So now I'm about to do this step here. So I will go to the client. So I'm going to the client now, and within the client, I will open Windows Explorer. Everyone, just please look at the screen. How do we create a folder and how do we assign permission? So just look at the screen here. It's really easy. So all I need to do on the client machine, when I say create a folder, you need to go to C drive. So I am on this PC. I'll go to C drive, and here I will create a folder called fun document. So I'm going to create a folder, right click here, new, and within the new, as soon as it comes, so here I can see a folder and I will name it fun documents. So fun documents. Now this is a folder created on C drive. So I just keep on looking here in C, this is C drive, and I created a folder. Now how do I assign a permission? Right click on the folder, go to properties here, or here you can also say give access to specific people. You can also go here, or you can go here as well. So let's say if I go here, give access to specific people, I can go to specific people here. And from here, I can select John Smith. Let's say if I am able to select John Smith. No, here I can say choose. So from here, find people. So first of all, you go to find people. And within find people, I make sure that this is domain. This is not your own machine selected. This is not from which location, from this machine or from a domain. So I'm gonna go here. It's not giving me a domain controller, because if it is not giving me a domain controller, I won't be able to find John Smith here. So for that, I need to cancel all this for the permission, but you first create a folder. I need to see who is logged in here. So administrator is logged in here. So I just created a folder, but so this is a local administrator logged in. This is why I'm not able to see the domain. So I'm going to log off from this and log into a domain controller. So sign out. And I will try to log in with the 360 cloud/administrator. And in your case, it will be canap/administrator. So guys, in this exercise, we're trying to see the difference between a local user and a domain user. So we need to understand this concept very clearly in order to work in the real environment. So here I'm about to log into 360 cloud/administrator. Let's see if I can log in. I think I should restart this machine, because you know, sometimes what happens is when you just suspend the machine, it doesn't work properly. Because I suspended these machines and never restarted them. I'm just going to restart both of my machines, the server and the client. Because suspend means that I just paused them and for easy access, and sometimes the pause doesn't work properly. So that's why I just restarted both of the machines so that I can properly log in. So the steps are these, guys.
Can I ask you a question before you go forward further?
Ye- Yes,
Uh,
please go ahead.
you said that the administrator of the local machine has a different right to the administrator of the domain.
Faz, I cannot hear you properly. So, do you have a headphone? Are you talking in headphone or just talking to the laptop?
I'm just talking on without
On the
headphone.
mic on the laptop.
Yes.
So that's why, Faz, I'm not able to hear your voice. So either you need to have a headphone, and or you can dial in from the local number, and that will be really clear. Even if you kind of dial in from the local number and put it on speaker, that will be fine as well.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. My question is, you said that if you're going to log in onto the client machine as a domain DC administrator, the rights would be different than as an administrator of the local machine. So
Yes, yes.
why the administrator of the domain controller would log in from the client machine in the first place?
Yes. So why domain administrator would log in into the client machine? Just to troubleshoot and fix the issue.
Okay.
Normally, yes, you're right. Domain admin is not, domain admin won't be logging into the client machine, but just to fix the issue or maybe set up some permissions, we are using domain admin in this case, but normally we don't, and people don't log in like this.
I have a question. So,
Yes, please go ahead.
so to give the like permission again, I know we can go from here to. So what's better? Go back to administrator and give permission, or from here to? Because when you you can give here permission too, right? Going in the administrator, right?
So your question is about making the permission using local administrator and domain administrator, or or domain administrator and John Smith
Yes, sir. With the client, yeah,
with John Smith.
yeah.
Yeah. So actually, I want to restrict access for John Smith. So with John Smith, you cannot restrict access for himself. So this is why we are logging into a domain administrator and then restricting access for him. Okay.
But yes, sir. Just my point was different. Like from when you are on John Smith's profile. So from there, when you try to give the permission back, so it's definitely the window pops up for the administrator, right?
Right.
So from there you can't.
Uh, from there, since John Smith has limited access, John Smith cannot change the permissions. You have to have a domain controller to change the permissions. Or I mean, you can repeat your question if maybe I'm not able to
Yeah, that's
understand the
true.
question.
So yeah, I just tried, but it was denied. That's true. You are right.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. Ashar, you may ask a question if you're saying that you have a question. Okay. So right here, so this is what we are trying to do, everyone. So I'm making a diagram. So first of all, this is a client machine. So this one is a client machine. On the client machine, we are logging in with John Smith. So there is J Smith. J Smith, we created a user in Active Directory. So J Smith is here. So J Smith user is created here. The user password is right here. And the user, as soon as we try to log in with J Smith, and the user right way of logging in will be 360 cloud, the domain name /J Smith. So when you log in to this client, this user, Mr. Kerberos, will work in the background and take the username here and then bring the authentication tickets. So user got an authentication ticket. This is, I would say, auth ticket. So this is an authentication ticket. So number one is authentication, and number two, so here we need to remember that this is Mr. Kerberos doing the Kerberos protocol making the authentication. So helped in authentication, user logged in. Now I said the next part was 360. I want you to switch the account to administrator. So log in with administrator. Log in with administrator on this account. And then the administrator will log in as well. Mr. Kerberos will help in this. And then what I want you to do, create a folder. So Mr. Administrator created a folder and then assign John Smith. So this folder was called Fun Documents. So folder is Fun Documents, and J Smith, I want you to have J Smith read-only permission. So once you log in with administrator, created a folder, number one, and then assign this. And then when you try to access the same folder, you will get that user cannot create a folder inside this folder because user has read-only rights. So Ashar has a question, is domain admin and local admin are the same level of admin as the admin assigned to an account when you turn on and set up a new computer? So Ashar's question is regarding that there are two types of admins available. Number one is domain admin, and number two is the local admin. Let's quickly try to understand this. So we have a notebook. Who is watching a Punjabi movie?
Bhatti Saab.
Bhatti Saab,
Somebody just sent me a clip, sir.
so there was a nice last sentence that he spoke. What was it? Mar ke thak gaya main. Something like that. Okay. I hope he was not beating enough. Okay. Okay. So the question is about local admin and domain admin. So guys, there is a huge difference between the two. So local admin is always whenever the first time you install a machine, whenever the first time you install a laptop, you have a local admin. The person who installs this machine, Windows 10 machine, is the local admin, and local admin has scope around only this laptop. Local admin does not have any scope outside the laptop. But domain admin is a person that has a scope throughout the network. So domain admin is this person so domain admin is basically an admin of Active Directory. So here you have Active Directory. And domain admin is a person that is of Active Directory, and basically domain admin scope is wider than this. Domain admin scope that includes the complete network that has access to all of the laptops and everything. So this is, we all know that. So all of the laptops and everything, domain admin have that type of access. So going back to Ashar's question again, is domain admin and local admin are the same level of admin as the admin assigned to account when you turn on and set up a computer? So normally a local admin does not have the same privileges. Domain admin has more privileges, and this is why we system admins are domain admin, and we can log into any machine. And this local admin will only be able to log into his own machine. So this is to make environment simple as the same person. Yes. So yes. So this is why Active Directory is known as central authentication service. So which means that in each server you have a local admin. So here I have a local admin of this machine. This local admin will be different. This local admin will be different. This local admin will be different. You can change the password of all of the local admins, but this domain admin has access to a full network. So domain admin has a wider scope. Okay. So guys, in this small exercise, what we are trying to do is we are trying to test our knowledge. Can we do these simple tasks? So simple task was the task that I gave you is to create a user. We were all able to create a user. That was excellent. And then we logged into the machine with that user. That is excellent as well, because in order to log into the machine, you need to make sure that the two computers are connected together. So first of all, JSmith can only log into the server if firewalls are off, IP addresses are proper, and everything is configured properly. Machine is joined to Active Directory, then John Smith will be able to log in. So that was a test of that. Your second part, that first of all, you are able to manage Active Directory, you created a user. Then you are able to log in from this machine. This proves that you know the connection between a client machine and a server. So that is excellent. And the third part was to create a folder and then assign a permission. So if you were able to, I think part one you were all able to do, but the part two was not able to be done by some of you, which is providing access to the folder. So that I will help you with. So in the client machine, now that I am I've restarted my machine, the very first thing what I will do, I will start with John Smith. So whenever you log into a domain, always make sure that domain name is always there. Even if I see a domain name here, I will still type it. So 360 Cloud and JSmith and login. So here it's saying organizational credentials if previously signed to the device and other credentials. Now this error is most of the time, yes, there are lines within but this error can be a general error message. So since I'm not able to log into my machine, guys, this is exactly the problem you will see in the real environment. So please do not give up on this. I think most of you are able to log in, but in my case, since I haven't used these machines for a long time, so that's why I'm getting them, but I have to fix it. So what I'll do is I will try to log into the machine by domain admin. Now, how do I know if I'm logging in with a domain admin or a local admin? Guys, the answer is very simple. If I don't use the domain name first, it means that I'm logging in as local admin. So this is, I'm logging in as local admin, and you can see the machine name as well, that I'm trying to sign into this computer, meaning I'm using a local admin account. But if I write the domain name in front of this, then I'm trying to log in with the domain admin. So now this is known as I'm logging in as a domain admin. The other way is that I'm logging in as a local admin. Let's see if I'm logged in to this as a domain admin.
Then I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
To provide the only read-only task, I just clicked on that read-only. So and when I logged in again with that client, that J Smith username and password, I was not able to access that fun document. But to provide the access again to it, what I did that I logged in with domain admin, and then I went to properties, and then in sharing tab, I added the name of that user, which is J Smith. So
Right.
is that the correct process, or do we need to add the username there or no?
Again, can you go back again to your question?
Yeah.
What was the second part of the question?
Yeah, to provide access, I logged in with the domain admin.
Right.
Then I went to that folder, right-clicked on it, then went to sharing tab.
Mm-hmm.
And in sharing tab, I had to add the user, which I have to providing the permission level, like read and write both.
Okay, okay. Not so you need not to go to the sharing, go to just the permissions.
Okay, I see.
Okay, so that I still need to show you. So so I'll come back to your question in a moment. So here guys, I'm on client number 2, and in the client number 2 I am going now. First of all, I need to make sure that who am I logged into. So right here it says administrator, and I'm still not sure that I'm logged in to a domain admin and a local admin. So in order to do that, I will try to access a domain controller from here. So in order to access a domain controller, I will just say double backslash and the server name, domain controller name. So I would say 360, my server name. I will try to connect to this server from start. So I'm going to Okay, so that means I'm not logged into a domain name. I'm logged in with a local admin. I'm not logged into a domain because I'm not able to access this server. So for this machine, I need to do a bit of a troubleshooting. So I'll start from the beginning because I need to fix it. First of all, I try to ping the server name. So most probably this server name, so there is a problem with this client. Is this 01? Yes, it should be 01. I will try to see what is the IP address on this. So IP address that I have is 101. That is really strange. This is not the IP address. Oh, I remember now, because this machine is on DHCP and it's getting it from the VMware network, and my DHCP server is server 2, which is dead, so which is not there. So it's not even on this network. So I need to set up a manual IP address. So see, if you even if you get a wrong IP address, you won't be able to log in properly. So that's why it's not able to find a domain controller. So I'm going here in Ethernet and going to the adapter settings. Okay, so it gives me that error. I'll go back from control panel. So I'll go to control panel, and from the control panel, we'll go to network settings. From network settings, I need, so everybody understands the problem. The problem is that I don't have a proper IP address. I don't have a proper IP address from the same network. That's why it's not able to log into a domain. So now I need to fix the IP address first. So I'll go into the card and properties. Most probably it doesn't have the right IP address. I don't know yet, but I will find out. So yes, it doesn't have the IP address. Now I need to have the same IP address of my domain controller. So my, first of all, I need to see what is the subnet I'm using. The subnet, how do I know the subnet? The subnet is right here, 192.168.10. So I need to get an IP address from this network address. We know that IP address has two types of address, network address and the host address. Last octet is the host address. The first three are the network. So first three should be exactly the same. So in this case, I am going to use and I need to provide DNS. So this, and once this is all done, I will try again my ping so that I know that if it is pinging now. So now it is pinging. So which means that I should be able to log in with the domain admin and also John Smith. So first I will repeat my lab with with John Smith. So guys, be ready to work on this type of troubleshooting. This is actually the main system admin task. You will get a call in the morning that I'm not able to log in. So you might have to ask him, try your username, try the password, give him, so ask him for the exact error message. He needs to read the error message. From the error message, you will find out what is the problem. So so this is the troubleshooting I did to fix my issue. So so first of all, I will try to log in with administrator.
This time, are you giving access to John Smith?
No, yes. So for now, I am trying to log into the administrator. Then what I will do, I will create a folder and then I will give access to John Smith. And then I will switch user to John Smith and then try to access to John Smith.
Okay.
But my very first thing that I need to verify that if I am logged into a domain controller, because I need to know, this is very important for me to know that if I am logging into a local machine or a domain controller. So everyone, I need your attention. Now, in order to find a log on server, there is a small command that we need to run. So everyone open a CMD on your client machine, open CMD or a command prompt on your client machine and type this word, type this command called set. Just type the word set and enter. You just need to type set in the command prompt and enter. Once you type,
sorry, just wanted to interrupt you really quick. So do we log in as Mike Smith on the client or just the admin on the, like the domain admin?
any one of those, anyone.
Okay.
Okay. So right here, it's, I think the fifth line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth line, it says, actually not the 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12th line, it says logon server. So my logon server is 360 Cloud Serve 1. It means that I'm logged into a domain controller. If it would have said 360 Cloud CL02, then it means that I logged into a client. So I don't want to log into a client because I need domain permissions. So here it says my logon server. Logon server is my cloud server. Sorry, my domain controller. So the command that you need to type is set. Okay, now I think just to see the logon server, you can also just say set logon. Yes, if you just say this command as well, just say set logon, it will give you your logon server as well. Now logon server is very important to find out. Why? Because you need to know which server are you logging into. So logon server is that. So now I know that I'm logging into a domain controller. So I will create a folder that called fun documents, and I will provide access to John Smith. So I'm going to this PC, and in order to provide access to someone, I need to, so I created that folder earlier, and I will try to now give access to John Smith. I will go to give access to specific people. And within specific people, I will go to find people. And within find people, first of all, make sure that you're logging into a domain. So here it's saying that I'm logged into a domain. And then now I am going to add John Smith, J Smith. And I will see, click on check username. So it gave me the username John Smith. Let's say if I would have typed the wrong name, let's say if I would have said this and check name, it will give me an error message. It says that this user doesn't exist. So it says name not found. So it will give you only that full name if first of all, here you have a domain name available, and plus here it says John Smith. Okay, so here John Smith, I'm logged in and it has read access. I can change that access to read and write as well, but here I just want him to get the read access. Now, once the user has a read access, I can say click share. I can double check this by going to properties. Now within properties, if you go to, there is a security section. There is a security section, and in the security section, you can still verify that John Smith is there with the read access. So he can read and execute, he can list content, he can read, but he cannot modify or he cannot write anything. So how did I go into that? I need to go to right click on that folder, and you can go to properties, and within properties, you need to go to security. You need to go to security and find John Smith here. So now what I will do, I will switch user to John Smith and check the access. So I will click on the username and I will say switch user. I can log off and do that as well, but I want the admin to be logged in because I need to change the access to read write later on. And so this time I'm logging into other users. So I'm already logged into a domain admin, but now I try to log in with John Smith. So John Smith, and we got the magic error message. The magic error message says your account is disabled, because remember I created that account disabled. So how do I fix that? How do I fix that? Zishan, can you tell me how do I fix this error message?
Yes, sir. We have to go to the again user and enable. We have to remove the check.
Excellent. Okay, very good. And Salim, can you help me in order to enable this user in Active Directory? So I'm in Active Directory server. What should I do? Salim, are you here? Salim, are you talking on mute? Salim is not here. Okay, Wasim, can you help me enable the user?
Sir, go to tools and then computer and users.
Excellent, excellent, very
And
good.
go to the users and right click and properties and give the whatever privilege you want to give, right?
But I need to enable the user.
Yeah, so there is an option for enable.
Okay, so I'm going to the user and so I can right click on this and I can enable it right from here as well.
Yeah, okay. Both the options you have.
Yes,
yeah.
Thank you so much, Wasim. So otherwise I can go to account and I can, so there it is already unlocked and it's unlocked. It is not locked. It is disabled. So you need to go here. It's right here. Account is disabled. You need to uncheck this and enable. Very good. So once it is enabled, I can go back and try again. So, and this is where John will call the help desk. This is where John will say, you know, I cannot log in. Then you will say that what's the issue? What's the error message? And John will let you know, it says account is disabled. So you would say, okay, just hold on and I'll fix your issue. So you will exactly do this. You will go to Active Directory users and computers and enable the account. So here it's just taking few minutes and setting up the computer. So once this is done, then what we need to do is that's it. So I will go back to, so once this is happening, I need to go back to the folder logging in with administrator and give him read write access, and we need to create a folder, another folder inside. Which is let's say finance folder in fund documents. So that will be the end of this exercise. So the next,
I have a question, sir.
yes, please go ahead.
So this is something which we learned about the folders, which is already in the C drive. But there are some legacy applications on the server, and we have to provide access to certain applications to certain users. For example, if you are in client relations department, then maybe I have to give you the access for CRM, or maybe or maybe if I'm an accountant, I have to be provided the access for any kind of accounting application. How do you give the access to related applications to certain users?
Right. This is a good question. So this is the exercise we did is to give an access to a folder. But how do you give access to any application? So let me create a scenario here. You are a user. You're a new user and you're just logging into this network, and here is your Active Directory and here is your application. Let's say this is your CRM application. Now, most of the time, these applications, these different type of applications have their own permissions and access. So for everything related to the computer, everything, all the access related to this computer, the access comes from Active Directory. So you create a folder and then you give access like a read access, read write access, and all these different type of access are controlled by Active Directory. So so once you are logged into, you will be able to, first of all, you need to log in and then you will be able to access it. What happens to the application? This is application number 1. There is an application number 2. There is an application number 3, and so on. So this is, let's say, your CRM application. This is your call center application. How do you give that access? Call center application, this is your help desk application. Okay, so now how do you give access to these? So Naveed, this is a very, very good question, and this needs to be clear that these access to these applications are given by application admins. This is not systems admin job. I mean, why is it not your job? Because you don't have full access to this application. Whoever is the CRM application, whoever is the CRM admin, the request will go to him. So if, let's say, John Smith needs access to CRM, so for folder access, the request will come to you as a system admin, because you're a domain admin. So that is your responsibility to provide access to files, folders, servers, desktop machines. So this is all your responsibility, but application is not your responsibility. CRM application, CRM administrator. Call center application, call center administrator. Help desk administrator, help desk application, help desk administrator. Now, how would this work? So first of all, John Smith, if he needs access to help desk application, he would open a ticket with help desk, and the ticket will go to them. And what is this, the ticket? The ticket is that John Smith needs an access to help desk application. So this request will go to the help desk manager, and manager will decide that why do I need to give John Smith access? Is he an employee in my department? If he is an employee in his department, then the manager of this application will provide access to John Smith. Same goes for the call center. So call center manager will decide. So this is the reason you might have a question that why these different admin needs to have their own access. Why? Because they are the only people who know that who needs access to their application, because they cannot give access to your whole company. 10,000 people shouldn't be having access to this, because they have sensitive information. They have their own application structure and all that. Okay.
Okay, so it means that if I'm working in help desk and I receive a call from one user, so just assign the ticket to the application support. That's it.
Excellent, excellent. That's how it is. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but it's a good question to basically understand that yes. So different type of access comes from different type of departments, but you are responsible for the desktop and files and folders and all. Okay. So now that I'm logged in with John Smith on this, so I am logged into John Smith. Now I will try my access on the fun documents folder. So I'm going into the folder. and going into fund documents, and try to go into the document. So I can read the document, but I shouldn't be able to create anything. So I'm trying to create a file. If you need to create a file inside a document, you just right click and go to new, and within new, you will, so within new, it's coming folder. So I will try to create a folder in this, and it's saying you don't have access. So it's just saying that since you don't have access, enter an account that has access. So it's saying do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? So for that, you need to provide an access. Since I don't have access, and John Smith doesn't have access, so for that reason, John won't be able to access. In order to provide him full access, I need to go back to that folder with domain admin privileges, then you will be able to access. So for that, I need to go back to switch user. So I'm logged into the server and I'm in the folder, and here I need to allow John with more access. So here I'll go into the properties, and within the properties of the folder, so I'm going into the properties of the folder, go into the security section, select John Smith and assign him here. I will go to John Smith, edit his access, and I will give him full control. So full control meaning he can do everything, and enter. So now I can see John has full control on this. So John has full control and done. So now John should be able to log into the folder. So here I'm going to switch user. So log in with John. Okay, and we are logged in. And here, I think I need to, maybe let's try. I think I need to re-log in, because once the login is created, it is created with a security authentication ticket in order to basically, so let's see if I go to the security of this. Let's see, John has full access. Okay, so John has full access on this, and let me try to create anything on this. So John is able to create a folder. So before John was not able to create a folder, now John can create a folder and a file as well. We can create a folder, we can create a file, and we can add something in the file too. Okay. So guys, let's go back what we have learned in this small exercise. So guys, the reason I brought this exercise to basically just to see, just to combine Active Directory, user and folder and permission together. Since we now know Active Directory, we know where are the OUs, we know what are the users, but we wanted to see an example that how do we use these users, computer and everything, all these services. So in this exercise, in this lab, we performed these steps. First of all, we created a user, and then we in Active Directory, in AD. Secondly, we created a folder, in client machine. We provided read-only access, read-only access to John, and then we tested the access, read-only access to John. Here we created a user called John, and then we tested the access. And number 4, the user got error, provided full access to John, and then we tested the access and created a folder. Tested the access and created the folder. So guys, the reason why I wrote this here, you need to do that in the home lab as well. Created a new folder.
A very quick question.
Yes, please go ahead.
That folder, fun folder is created by the administrator of the domain controller.
Can you bring your mic closer to you and then ask again, please?
The folder fun, which was created, it has to be created by the domain controller administrator or local administrator.
Yes, folder was created by domain admin first on the client. So created the folder in client. So here I can say by domain admin. Domain admin. Okay, and that domain admin will give read access to John, and then we will tested the access by John logging in and tested the access by John. Okay, and John will get an error message. So here John will get an error message. John will get error. Okay, and then you provided full access. So here again, domain admin will provide full access. Domain admin will provide full access, and then you will test again with John. So this is again, John needs to test the access, and John needs to create another folder inside. Okay, so I will share that, everyone. Please try that again on your own. So let's see how many people are present in this class. Please type yes in the chat window. So we have Naveed, Ashar, Zishan, Faz, Human, Wasim, Alamgir, and Salim is not here. So where is Salim? Okay. So guys, with this, let's start this topic here. So we spoke about, so this exercise, guys, we will come back again in the next lecture, and I want you to do that same exercise in less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes, guys. So which means that I want you to do this exercise in less than 10 minutes, and next time I will see your screen. Maybe I will ask you to share a screen, and you need to do that less than in 10 minutes, the same exercise. So please try that at home, and make yourself expert in doing this. And the next level will be, so in the next class, I will pick one of you and want you to do the complete exercise on your own. And the next level will be that I will I will make an issue, or I will break this permission somewhere, and then you need to fix it. Maybe I will disable the account. Maybe I will remove the permissions from John, and then I want you to fix it. Or maybe I will change the IP address. I will get the access and I will change the IP address so that you won't get that. So I want you to be in that troubleshooting. So by next week, become an expert of this small exercise. Okay, we have 100 minutes break. 100 minutes break. We need 100 minutes break. Yes. So here we have, what is the time now? Time is 8:49. 8:49. Okay, so let's have a 10 minutes break here. Naveed is 2:45 minutes gone. Yes, that is true. So I'm gonna get 10 minutes break here. Oh, you mean 2 hours are gone now? Wow. Yes, time flies. Okay, so I'm gonna bring your clock. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Nancer, can I ask you something if you are there? Hello?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after the break. Let's continue. So just before the break, we were working with user permissions and folders. We will be expanding more and more as we go on with this training. So first of all, let's have a quick attendance. If you're present, type yes in the chat window. Someone can message Salim and see that where he is. That will be excellent. So here, guys, now we need to understand a few things about sites and services. So implementing, administrating Active Directory sites, services, sites and services and replications. So first of all, within the sites, what we need to understand that all of the partitions, there are all these different type of partitions within Active Directory. There are only two forest-wide partition, and there are three domain-wide partition. Forest-wide information in Active Directory. So here we have configuration, forest-wide information in Active Directory, schema, forest-wide information in Active Directory, information about domain-specific object, information about application. So this is basically, it's not saying that configuration is a forest-wide application, forest-wide role. It's just saying that this configuration, Active Directory application is this configuration will be available forest-wide. It will provide forest-wide information. So all the partitions are basically having the information for the complete forest and domain. And this is Active Directory database. Now, when it comes to sites and services, we need to understand that there are two types of replication happening within the servers. There is something called intra-site replication, and there is something called inter-site replication. Intra-site replication is in between the servers that are in the same site, and inter-site replication means the server replication between two different servers present in two different sites. So I'm gonna go to whiteboard here. I'm just looking at, so we also need to talk about syswall replication. Syswall replication contains login scripts, group policies, GPOs within the content. Syswall replication can take place by using the FRS file replication service, which is primarily used in the server 2003 and older, and DFS replication. Then we need to talk about site. Site identifies network location with a fast, reliable link, and sites are associated with the subnet object. Sites are used to manage replication when domain controllers are separated by a slow, expensive link. And service localization, main purpose of a site is to make sure that users will when logging in, they use the local server to log in, site aware application. Okay. Okay, so let's go to a whiteboard and understand all this information. Salim, that's fine. It's okay if you are busy, but if you are you available now? Okay. So here we have AD, sites and services. So first of all, AD sites and services, So we have Zishan available after the break, Wasim available, Ashar available, and Ashish available, Human, Salim, Naveed, Alamgir. Alamgir, are you available? Okay, very good. So guys, with sites and services, first of all, we need to understand about the site, the concept of site. We have discussed that few times already. Site is sites are created between the well-connected network. So first of all, starting with the companies, type of companies. So in the real environment, there are three types of companies available. There are small companies, there are medium-sized companies, And then there is large companies, large organizations. What is considered as a small organization? So large company, guys, what are we trying to understand? We are trying to understand sites and services of Active Directory. So here, small companies, most of the time, small companies are considered with only one office. One office in one location. So it can be a small clinic. So mostly a clinic, a law office. It can be maybe a small factory with a factory within just one location, or it can be just a shop, or maybe a shopping mall in one location. So that is considered as a small organization. Medium organizations are considered as one head office, one headquarter or head office, and they might have one or two branch offices. So this is a branch office number one, and this is let's say a satellite location. Sometimes it is also known as satellite location. Satellite location is considered as a location that moves from one place to another. So that they might have one or two or three branch offices and not more than that. It is known as medium-sized organization. And large organizations have headquarter in a major city, and then probably they might have another headquarter in another major city, and then there are many small cities connected to this. So small cities near, let's say, Ontario, they have a headquarter in Toronto, in Toronto City, whereas they have small branch offices. They have small branch offices in Mississauga, another branch office in Brampton, another branch office is in Windsor, and same goes for let's say New York. So New York, another big branch office, and then around the branch office there might be other suburbs that are connected to New York. So that, and then there might be, let's say, another branch office. So this is an headquarter, major headquarter location in Sydney, and around Sydney they have another place that is known as Plumpton. Plumpton is just like Mississauga and Brampton in Ontario, and then along with this, there is another suburb location like Mount Druitt and all that. So these are different locations, and these headquarters are connected with each other with major links. So headquarters are connected, and small cities are connected to the headquarter. So these are three different type of variations in the IT industry, where you will need to decide that if you need to use sites and services in this. Now, in a small company, it's very simple decision. It's a very simple decision because it's only one location. There will be only one site. So there has to be at least one site available. So this will be the only site of this organization in Active Directory. So once we install Active Directory, this location will be called default first site. So default first site. Now default first site is that location. So this is a default first site location, and default first site we rename it to the main location. So this will be our Toronto office location. So it's a Toronto office location. In Toronto office, they have only one location, and there is only one domain controller available. Guys, the main purpose of sites and services is to manage domain controllers in different locations. So main purpose of sites and services is to manage domain controllers in different location. So that's the only purpose. Now, if somebody says sites and services will be used for CRM application, no. If sites and services are used for call center application, no. If sites and services is used for email services, no. So sites and services are only used for domain controllers. And what is the main purpose of sites and services is to manage DC and control replication. So it only controls the replication between domain controllers. Now, so first of all, we are trying to understand that what can be a good site. A good site is basically one in small organization. There is only one site and one domain controller, so no need to worry about. But according to Microsoft recommendation, we need to have at least two domain controllers. So once we have two domain controllers, how many domain controllers? two domain controllers, everyone. We have two domain controllers. Once we have two domain controllers. Two domain controllers. My question for you, everyone, my question for all of you, I have a question for you. But if you have a question for me, just let me know. If you, Alamgir, you have a question for me?
No, sir. Sorry.
I have a question for all of you. So my question for all of you is that how do you guys manage all my talking while listening quietly? I mean, I'm trying to imagine myself sitting in a class with someone speaking for 2 hours and I'm listening. How do I control my thinking, my everything that is around me?
We enjoy, sir. I enjoy. I feel somebody is singing for me and enjoy.
Sir,
Singing.
it's an individual question. I guess you should ask
So
individually,
okay, so
right?
that was Alamgir. Maybe Wasim, you can go ahead. You can answer your way.
Well, I
How-
think first thing first is I have really interest in this subject, right?
Right.
So I take interest, and the way you teach us is it's more attractive
Okay, excellent,
for me.
excellent.
And second is my wife come give me tea, my kids come just buzz me and they go, you know.
Okay, so that's good.
So
But you still try to bring back the focus again here.
oh, I focus always. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Who else wants to go next?
Yes, Adnan bhai, for me, this is for the first time I'm getting this networking and system admin course very deeply. I had some background before, like related to programming or database, but this is absolutely, I knew about the stuff, but after having these classes, so I'm going into detail and depth. So that's why I have a lot of interest in it. And once again, the way you are teaching us, that is just hats off to it. The way you check every person in this group, the way you ask questions, the way you teaching us the labs. So this is just awesome.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. My main, the reason I asked this question is that sometimes I feel like sympathy towards you guys that because in real class, when I'm teaching, I try to bring everyone in active state in every 20 minutes. So this is what we are taught as being a trainer. So in the beginning, when I got that Microsoft certified trainer certification, we need to go through that training in which they teach us, but then it comes natural in teacher as well. It has to be in the teacher that I need to understand that if you're spending money, you're spending time, you're here, and it's very natural that our brain automatically goes out. Sometime it goes out to a TV, sometime it goes out to elsewhere. So this is why there are colleges and schools and people are sitting in one place so that people are focused in the class. But since you are at home, it will be very difficult to focus. Sometimes we have our friends, sometimes we have our family and kids and all that. So that's why I asked that question. And if you are focusing yourself here, that is really excellent. Because if we're not focusing here and I'm not following up with you guys, then it will be kind of waste. And if I'm not asking, this is my fault if I'm not asking.
Sir, I just want to add one thing that we are, I think, 8 people here, 8 guys. Out of 8, I think only 2 person they have a IT background. 6 of us are from different other fields. But since we have started, we got like our interest developed. So thanks God. And we were zero, but we feel that within just 3-4 months, we got a lot of knowledge from you, and you thought it's only the way of teaching. We didn't. I know like so many people they are going to different colleges, but still they could not get it. Even they are like I cannot name, but there are some people I know them. So still they cannot even, they are even 10%. But thanks God, only it's your effort and your dedication, and our effort is also involved. But you developed our interest in this thing. So like me, Slim, and other friends, they like Zishan Bhai, uh, we are getting lots of things, and thanks God, and definitely we appreciate you. That
Excellent, excellent, very good, very good, very good. Thank you so much, guys. And the main thing is that that will make us all happy. That will make me happy to once we land our first job in IT. So for that reason, I just take a very keen interest in this when you guys are here in the classroom, and I keep on asking, I keep on bugging you that if Ashish is busy in Netflix, or if anyone else is doing different stuff. So we need to bring everybody back. I'm just kidding, Ashish. I know you're not busy in Netflix. But Ashish, are you here? Okay. Ashish is not here. Faz, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I am actually. My mic was kind of muted. Can you hear me?
Okay, okay, no problem.
I just want to add something like you are making this class an interactive one by asking everyone to participate and giving feedback. But at the same time, concerning myself, I had to visualize that I'm in a class listening to you and constantly staring on the screen. So it doesn't make me feel that I'm away from you or and the fellow classmates. At the same time, I do think that after the class is over, doing labs is very difficult, like visualizing everything, because sometimes we can't get any help. Like all the exercises which I did, like 410, even though I did all the labs, but some of the labs just went above my head, over my head. So it's sometimes very difficult to grasp. We are just in the motion of like doing what you have done. But that's the only thing I wanted to add.
Excellent, excellent, very good, Faz. Uh, okay, thank you so much, Faz. And we all are trying our best, and we need to put our team efforts on this. And inshallah, we'll all be successful very soon, very soon. This is sooner than we even think. Woman asked a question that how motivated you to teach us something. Sometimes we ask simple questions. Yes, so my motivation is, guys, there is always that human factor. I mean, in anything, that when we have a human factor in anything, that thing becomes beautiful. That things has different successful effect at the end. My human factor is that more than money and more than the time, more than anything, I want you to be successful, and your success is basically my success. And I love teaching. I mean, you know that I can speak like 4 hours and all that. Without interest, nobody can do that. So I love teaching, and I love to see everyone successful. This is why we are going through this. Thank you so much for your comments. The reason I asked that questions, that I want you to please focus just for another 1 hour, and then after that we'll be finishing this lecture. Excelente, correcto. Okay, so going back to our sites and services, since we now know. So guys, whenever you feel like your brain is going somewhere else, it is very natural that we need to bring it back. I'm not saying that this is something called neuralistic skills, neuralistic training skills, or school of thought, that our brain goes out all the time, all everywhere. So we need to bring it back, focus, come back. We are in training, I'm spending money. So whenever your thoughts go out somewhere, it's very natural, let them go, but bring it back. Okay. So here, guys, AD sites and services. So there are 3 types of companies. If we are able to understand this slide, guys, you will be able to 100% understand this concept, and you will be able to understand, you will be able to answer simple interview questions around Active Directory sites and services. So first of all, there are three types of companies. How many types of companies? Three types of companies. Guys, whenever I say how many types of companies, then you should say on your own three types of companies, because that will register this in your brain. So whenever I try repeat myself, you should repeat yourself as well. So there are Active Directory sites and services. There are three types of companies. How many types of companies? Three types of companies. Number one is small companies, medium-sized company, large companies. And these are the only three types of companies available throughout the world. So this concept, this definition will always remain the same. Either you're in Middle East, you're in Asia, you're in North America, you're in South America, everywhere Active Directory sites and services will remain inside this definition. So small companies will have at least one site, and one site will have at least one domain controller, but recommendation is we need to have two domain controller. So these two domain controller, what it does, so according to the definition, Active Directory sites and services manage domain controller replication in different sites. So manage domain controller replication in different sites. So since it is Active Directory sites and services controls the replication, so here in this site, it will control the replication between these two domain controllers. So only these two domain controller. And this type of replication is known as intra-site replication. So this is known as intra-site replication. Intra-site replication refers to as when domain controllers are replication inside the site. But in a medium-sized organization and large organization, when you have two domain controllers in headquarters and one domain controller in the branch office, if they need to replicate information, then this replication will be considered as inter-site replication. So first of all, they both replicate information, and then these two will replicate information with the other domain controller. So this type of replication will be known as inter-site replication. Inter-site replication. So this is inter-site replication, and inside the domain that is known as intra-site replication. Intra-site replication. Intra-site replication, when two DCs replicate information inside the site, and inter-site replication is when they replicate information in the other domain controllers in the other branches. Now, what is the big difference? The big difference is that when the servers replicate information inside, so what is a server replication information? Replication is simply, I created a user here, this will be automatically created in the other domain. I created 10 users in this other domain controller, it will be directly created here. So this is known as replication. When one DC is updating the other DC, this is known as replication. And replication that happens inter-site, intra-site replication it happens within 15 minutes. So intra-site replication happens within 15 minutes, or sometimes immediately. Sometimes immediately everything is replicated, and maximum it will take 15 minutes to replicate this information. Guys, inter-site will replicate information anywhere from 15 minutes to 3 hours. Through 3 hours. So inter-site replication will take anywhere inter-site replication. So let's say you created 10 users here, and it will take at least 15 minutes to 3 hours to replicate information to other server, but it will be replicated. So in both of these domain controllers that are sitting in the branch office, regardless of if it is a close by branch, if it is a far branch, whatever branch is available, close or far, the replication will happen between 15 to 3 hours. Now, one more thing that we need to remember about replication. So intra-site replication happens in 15 minutes. So, but all of the security objects, security settings or security objects will take immediate replication. Immediate. immediate, somewhere it is known as immediate. So in, I think in UK they call it immediate, in North America it's called immediate. So it's immediate security is for any security related changes in domain controller that happens immediate replication. So any security changes, you reset a password, it will be immediately replicated here, and it will be immediate replication will be sent to all of the domain controllers. So maybe there is an address change of one user that will take 15 minutes between one domain controller to another. If you change an address for an employee, it will take 15 minutes to 3 hours between this domain controller and this domain controller to replicate that information. But security, whenever it comes to security change in one domain controller, that will be immediately replicated. So let me go on to this side, this slide, and I will come back to your question. I'm seeing your questions here. I'll reply back. So here I need to type here sites replication. Sites replication. So there are two types of replication in site: intra-site and inter-site. And then intra-site replication for all the security changes in domain controller. Intra-site, so intra-site, first of all, intra-site, the definition of intra-site is domain controller inside one site. All DCs in one site, or same site. So here, this is inter-site, all DCs in different sites, all DCs in different site. So here, the intra-site, we need to remember that the replication happens, and what is replication? Replication is copying of, so site replication. Replication is copy of all changes to all DCs. Copies of all changes to all DCs. And this happens automatically. But intra-site, it happens, the replication happens every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes. And then in inter-site, which is a branch office's replication, it may take anywhere from 15 minutes to maximum 3 hours. Okay, but one thing to remember, all security changes will take replication immediately. Security changes. Security changes. Yes, please go ahead.
Security changes in both are intra-site and inter-site?
Yes, both,
right?
both. Yes, both. Immediate effect. And there is a reason behind this. Why immediate effect? The immediate effect is required. So let's say you're working for a big, large organization, and then your CEO just fired your finance director. So security changes, immediate effect. So here, going back to this slide, and I'm going to come back to this slide again. So let's say your finance manager, your finance VP is just fired, and your finance, so headquarters decided the finance VP of New York is just fired. Now that finance VP is fired because of maybe for some reason, but you need to now immediately disable his account. So let's say if the account was disabled in headquarters in Toronto, if the account is disabled right here, and if security changes would have take 3 hours to do, if within 3 hours, this finance VP can do a lot. Maybe he can copy all the information. Maybe he can do a lot of things once he is fired. Maybe he never knew that he will be fired, and in anger, in 3 hours, he can do a lot. So this is just one example that the security changes should take effect immediately. So once the account is disabled right here, this is a security change. It will be immediately immediately be copied to all the DCs throughout the domain controller, throughout the city, throughout your network, throughout your infrastructure. So for that reason, this, just remember this one example. Otherwise, if you reset a password anywhere, this should be also immediately changed everywhere else, and this is how it works. So the same effect goes into our ATM cards as well. If they disable the card in one place, the card will be disabled throughout the world. You cannot use that card immediately. Maybe within few minutes, maximum few minutes, the card is disabled in the other country as well. So that is that is what we need to know about intersite and intra-site replication. Now, going to your questions here, Naveed asked the question, DC replication on one side is intra-site and DC replication. Okay, so that's for the notes purpose. Excellent. Alamgir asked the question, what is the size of the mid-sized company, approximately how many DCs? Alamgir, most of the time, this depends on number of branches. So medium-sized organization, just like I said, is considered as one headquarter or one head office, and they might have 2 or 3 maximum branches. If it goes more than 3 or 4 or 5 branches, it is maybe it is still considered as a smaller medium-sized company. But to answer your question, to how many DCs will be there, the idea is that if the branch is away from the head office, then it should have its own DC. So all the branches will have its own DC. Most of the time, if your head office is in one city and you have branch offices in other cities, and they have anywhere from 100 to 100 and more users, then it is considered that you should install a domain controller. Okay, so so now this is so this is that. Now, which service basically manages this replication? So which service? Next question is, which service manages this replication, especially for interview purposes? Especially for interview purposes, let's say I have a head office. So here the question is, which service manages replication links? So there is a service called ISTG. ISTG is Inter-Site Topology Generator. Inter-Site Topology Generator, it is responsible for making all this replication. So so it's right here, if I can show you. So
what was the full form again, Adnan? Intersite what?
It is called Inter-Site Topology Generator. Inter-Site Topology Generator. So Inter-Site Topology Generator, it creates the topology between the sites. The IST uses the knowledge consistency checker to, but also adds the additional level. Okay, anyways. So ISTG, this is, I'm gonna write here, Inter-Site Topology Generator. So this is Inter-Site Topology Generator. This is responsible, defines the replication between AD sites and on a network. So here, this will be intrasite or intersite inside this circle. This will be intersite or intrasite. Anyone?
Intrasite, sir.
Intrasite. Excellent. This is intrasite, and this will be intersite. So this is intersite. So it will be, interview question is, which service is responsible for making replication in the site? So the answer is ISTG, which is Inter-Site Topology Generator. Inter-Site Topology Generator makes sure that both DCs are up to date. So which means that, let's say you created 100 users on this DC. So Inter-Site Topology Generator, ISTG, will go and say, oh, okay, so there are new 100 users, just update this Active Directory. So this will update this Active Directory, and then this Active Directory will update this domain controller, will update this domain controller, and then this domain controller will update this domain controller. So this is how these domain controller update each other.
So sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I know in networking, topology is very important, right?
Yes.
But in this case where we are dealing with the servers, is there a standard topology or some kind of different topology we follow?
This is, I mean, in here, we just go with how big is the company. So we just go with the number of branches. So if there is a head office and there are 2 branches, then it means that I need to put domain controllers. If there is a domain controller requirement, then we create it as a site. If there is no domain controller requirement, it is considered as, the complete city will be considered as one site.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, but in networking, it becomes more, it becomes basically more difficult, more complex. Why? Because they have to set up switches and routers and networking, and it connects to the ISP network. So that requires more. But for us, it's just a matter of, do we need a domain controller or not?
Yeah, that's okay. It's fine.
Okay, very good. Alamgir asked the question, is the software, is it a software or IST? How is it installed? So yes, it's a good question, guys. IST, just like Mr. Kerberos, it's a backend service. So you don't have to install it. It automatically works in the background. So you can say this is ISTG is, let's make this as a.
So, sir, I have a question. Is it installed with the Active Directory or what?
It is installed with Active Directory, exactly. Just like with Active Directory, Kerberos was born, ISTG is part of Active Directory as well.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, so remember that Mr. Kerberos, what is the main function of Mr. Kerberos? Mr. Kerberos is responsible for authentication, right? So this is responsible for authentication. And now also remember that for interview purposes, that this miss is responsible for, then the miss is ISTG. So I'm just making it different because that, so that we can remember this for a longer period of time, that this is Kerberos that is responsible for authentication, and it's a backend service, and ISTG is responsible for making sure replication is happening automatically. Now, as a system admin, do you ever need to troubleshoot these? Never. So this is automatically happening in the background, and this is automatically happening in the background. You might have a question that if we don't have to troubleshoot anything, if we don't have to manage this, then why do we need to remember? Guys, you need to remember because in troubleshooting, people might ask question, maybe go and check your Kerberos. If the Kerberos is working. So most of the time, long time back, we used to troubleshoot these. The Kerberos protocol, we also used to troubleshoot ISTG, but with the advancement of new features from 2008 server, 2012, these services have become automatic. But since there might be questions around these, that which service might be responsible for replication, is this ISTG, is this Kerberos or anything? So you need to remember that for exam purposes and also for the interview purposes. Okay, so the next thing that we already know is this SRV record. Remember that when we discussed DNS, then in DNS we discussed many types of records. So within DNS we have zone. Remember that zone. What is a zone? Zone is nothing but a list of names and IP addresses. So names and IP addresses, and within these there are these different type of records used in DNS. So there was a host record, one record. Then there was a 4 A's host record. So what is the difference between these two, a host record and a host record? Anyone? Okay, and then there was MX record. Then there is one more PTR record. Okay, and then there is what is known as SRV record. SRV record. SRV record is basically known as service locator record, and that is for to locate the domain controllers. Okay, so domain controller would need that record in DNS. Remember, this is a DNS. So we have just we went through this DNS service few lectures back, and I understand that since we haven't reviewed, you haven't reviewed the lectures, you don't remember this. I mean, this might be in your that other side of the memory. So guys, so let's have a test in the next lecture about DNS and DHCP. So just review everything of DNS and DHCP, and then we will have a test. We will have a test of this.
So do we have to prepare to service this, or this would be a theoretical test?
No, it will be a MCQ. It will be MCQ. So, but Faz, I think, have you went through these lectures?
Yes, I did.
Okay, okay, good. So just go through maybe quick video, everyone. Maybe on fast forward on 2.0 speed. On fast forward, just go through these lectures or review your notes as well. So I will have a question, and this will be a difficult test. It won't be a simple test as before, but it will be a difficult test.
Well, sir, what's the site of this video site, sir? Do you have the link?
Faz, it's the same class folder, the Google Drive.
Google Drive.
You
So
don't have
normal-
access to the Google Drive?
410 I have, but for 740 I have.
Okay, okay, Faz. You know, it's really difficult to hear you. I'm really sorry. I mean, I know that you're using a headphone. Is it possible if you can dial in from your phone, or your phone is busy? Okay, yes, please dial in from the phone and use the ID. Use the ID. That will be that. I mean, it will be because I don't understand the question. So the problem is that I won't be able to reply. I think I try to understand, and I am just using an approximate answer.
Alabi, I have, if you can go a couple of screens back, please,
Right.
on that inter-site topology generator, ISTG. So for me, it looks like the same thing when we created 3 sites and we interconnect sites with each other.
Yes, exactly. When you created 3 sites and so that happens once the sites are created, and then they connect to each other. Yes.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So, but here I want you to remember that ISTG is the service that is responsible for making sure that DCs are replicating information with each other. Okay. So guys, here, let me go back if there was something parked for us. What was the question that was parked?
One of my question was parked actually. And what was that question? I don't remember that.
Okay, I'll go back. No problem. It should be here somewhere. Okay. Yes, move FSMO roles. That how do you move FSMO roles here? Okay, excellent. So guys, in order to, and this is an important interview question as well. So first of all, we know that we have a domain controller. We have a domain controller 1. As soon as we install our first domain controller, what happens is all the FSMO roles are sitting on this domain controller. And how many FSMO roles are there? Guys, there are 5 FSMO roles. FSMO. Now, what is FSMO stands for? It is known as Flexible Single Master Operation. So I'm going to write it here. Flexible Single Master Operation. So this is what FSMO role is. This is what FSMO stands for. Now, according to this, all DCs are writable. According to just that all DCs are writable. You don't have one DC which is writable and other DCs that are not writable. So in this, according to this, is a flexible single master operation. All DCs are writable, and there are 5 FSMO roles, starting with number 1, schema. schema. Number two, and that is known as schema master. Schema master. Number two is domain naming master. Number three is, so number two is domain naming master, and number three is RAID master, PDC emulator, last one, infrastructure master. So last one is infrastructure master. Okay. So these are 5 roles, and these all 5 roles are sitting here. So now you can think of this as one CEO and all the VPs are sitting in the same city. Or maybe an army has a chief of army staff, and that is sitting in one location, and all of the 5 generals under the chief of army staff is sitting in one location. So it is, and all of the army generals are sitting in one location. So you can just take any example to remember this. So right here, if I take this as 5 FSMO roles, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So recommendation is, what is the recommendation? Move the roles to divide the role among 2 other DCs. So the according to the recommendation, install another DC. Now, can you move a FSMO role to a non-DC? No, you cannot. Let's say you have a server, but it is not an Active Directory server, you cannot move it. It must be an Active Directory server, meaning it is a domain controller. So first of all, it has to be a domain controller, then you can move it. So this is DC number 1, and this is DC number 2. So if it is a small company and you cannot have more DCs because it's a small company, because having a DC is expensive too, what I can do, I can move 3 roles here, and I can keep 3 roles in here. So this is why you did it, because you want to keep safe. If this DC goes down, then only 2 roles will go away. You can fix them, you can bring it back, and then the 3 other roles have no problem. But what if this DC is down, and how do you move these roles? So guys, there are 2 ways you can move the roles. There are 2 ways to move the roles. So 2 ways to move the role.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So these 3 roles from DC2 will be replicated in DC1 in case these 3 roles they get mess up. So it can be bring back from DC1.
No.
So
So
right?
So yes, so these are individual roles that are not replicated. These are individual roles. Now, so that brings to another question, that then what information is replicated from one DC to another? Guys, the information that is replicated from one DC to another are user accounts. All user accounts will be replicated. All computer account will be replicated. All groups will be replicated. All permissions will be replicated. Everything else will be replicated other than FSMO roles. FSMO roles, if there are 2 FSMO roles sitting on this, this is the only place where you can find these 2 roles. And this is the only server that will have these roles. Okay, so there are 2 ways to move them. Number one is known as change role. Number 1 is known as change role, and number 2 is known as cease role. And okay, hold on, let me find this information here. So here, that's FSMO roles are, so there are 2 ways to move the role. There is, so if I go to this link here, so this is where it gives us a lot of information about this, that how do you move or seize a role. So there is a lot of information. It's better that I can explain that. So number 2 is seize a role. S-E-I-Z-E, seize role. Now, so there are two ways to move these roles. Number one, change role and seize role. What is the difference? The difference is change role can only be used that if you're changing the role from a running domain controller. If both domain controllers are fine and they are running, we can use change role. So if both domain controllers are running, so here you can run in from running domain controller, you can change the role. Whereas on a died domain controller, we have to seize a role. So died or crashed domain controller, we have to seize the role. I mean, just like the word seize, you have to seize it. Seize is something that you need to forcefully take it from someone. So crashed domain controller. So let's say if both domain controllers are working fine, then you just log into the second domain controller and change the role. That will work fine. So change role is when the two DCs are running. Let's say this other DC is completely dead now. Now what you have to do? So in doing that, what you need to do is you need to create a new DC. So you need to build a new DC, and then in this DC, you need to go inside the DC, and then you need to do it from a command line. So you need to do it from the command line. You need to seize that role to this DC. This process of basically moving the roles from a dead DC to a new DC is known as seizing a role. Because this DC is dead, you cannot change it properly. So the way you have to change it is by running a command prompt. On the command prompt, you need to run a lot of commands in order to seize a role from here. So now, is there any if there is any practical requirement from a system admin to do that in the real environment? No, there is no requirement to do that. If ever this happens, this is only done by the top IT admins. I mean, the third level support, or maybe it will be done with the help of Microsoft. A normal system admin, normal cloud admin won't do this. If you ask me that if ever I did it in the real environment, I've been working in Active Directory right from the start until now, never. I never had a chance to do this. Why? Because these roles are so stable that and there are so many domain controllers that you don't have to do these type of changes. These are properly spread across servers, and servers are properly protected. So as long, I mean, I've worked in Active Directory, I never had to do it. You will never have to do it, but this is required for interview. This is required for interview. I don't know why they ask these questions. They are not, but I think they wanted to know that if you really know the depth of Active Directory. So one more time from this slide, that if you need to move FSMO roles from one server to another, there are two ways. How many ways? There are two ways. One way is that change role. Change role is like respectfully take the FSMO role from one server to another, change role. And the seize role, or just remember this is how I remembered it. You know, seize is something forcefully, and you can only have to do forcefully from the server that is not available. So interview question, what do you know about FSMO roles, and how do you move the roles from one place to another, from one domain controller to another? Your answer is we can use a change role option on one domain controller, and change role is on a running DC, and we can seize a role from one domain controller to another when the domain controller is dead. So seize is only used when one domain controller is dead, then you can seize a role. Now they will, so your question might be, would they ask me how to do a seize command? So my answer is you will never be asked this question. And even if you say, you know, I've never done it, but I know that we have to seize a role, and how do you do it? We need to follow this type of documents. For example, here it's saying transferring FSMO roles. How can I transfer the same or the FSMO roles from one DC to another? Here it's giving some instruction, some explanation, same thing what I said. And then here it's saying to transfer a specific RID master, PDC emulator, infrastructure master, you need to open Active Directory users in computer. And then you must be logged in with domain admin. Then you need to right click on Active Directory users in computer, then select a domain controller, then right click on this. So all of the instructions are right here. Here it's saying how to transfer domain naming master. All the instructions are here. So you and me and anyone, we don't need to remember these instructions, but we need to understand the concept. We need to understand the concept. Okay, and in the command line, it will be something like this. In the command line, it will be something like this. Here, you need to run a command called ntdsutil, and then here you will need to say roles. Then you will say FSMO maintenance. I'm just showing it to you for your for your I mean a light experience. You can say I can also share this link. You can also go through this, or the better will be that if you watch a 10-minute YouTube video on this, just to store it in your photo memory. So here in the command line, if you need to do it, you need to run a file. You need to run a application command called ntdsutil. Then you need to say FSMO maintenance. Then here you need to say connections. Then within connections, you need to go here and then type these commands. And this is how you need to change it, transfer this and all this. Okay. So let me just share it with you, but it's better to watch a video on this. Okay. So it was a very good question, and this was one of the good topics that I wanted to cover in here. So, okay, guys, so right here, now let's look at so I'll give you a quick introduction of group policy, quick introduction, and then we'll spend last 20 minutes in the lab. And today, before leaving, we will create our first group policy. So first of all, what is a group policy? First of all, what is a group policy? Guys, group policy So group policy is basically used to allow or restrict services within within Windows infrastructure. So the definition is group policy is used to allow or restrict programs or services within Windows infrastructure. So good, Naveed. As a definition, it is used to allow or restrict services within Windows infrastructure. Very good. So yes, guys, you can use a chat window to type these definitions, write them on the notebook, say that out loud, explain it to someone. Guys, it is very, 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 very extremely important for everyone, for all of you. Meet once a week somewhere. Please have a date together. Boys night out together. And then I know that you are busy, but this is required for this training, guys. It's not something that you need to meet for entertainment. The group study is required for this. All you need to do is open the notes, these lectures, and just each one of you just describe each slide. The more we are going into this, the more this will become more and more important every day. As you can see, we have many whiteboards, and that's the only way to review. Maybe the other way to review is that you can review it on your own. So see how many things are written here. But the best way is meet in Tim Hortons, 3 people somewhere, and then just open the slide, and one person, I mean, Yeah, other than other discussions, I would say in that meeting, restrict yourself only to this meeting and spend 20 minutes or 30 minutes together, and one person open a slide and start from here and go to the end. So one person, one slide, second person, second slide, third person, third slide. Guys, this is very important, guys. This is very, very important. So I think Ashar is in far, far away, but he can also join on a conference call. But all of you are in almost in same proximity. Zishan, Naveed, Alamgir, Wasim, and Faz, Human, Ashish. Maybe in a group of 3 or 4, please have a group discussion. Meet together. Okay. The idea behind that is you teach it to someone, you will master it. So that's the idea. Yes, you can. So next week, next lecture is a test of DNS, DHCP, and the next to next will be Active Directory in-depth test. So it will be an in-depth test of Active Directory, everything we have covered in Active Directory, and then there will be labs as well. So for now, DHCP and DNS, everything should be on your fingertips, everyone, whatever we have covered. So here group policy is used to allow and restrict access to different infrastructure services. Now, what is group policy used for? Number one, group policy is used for, and the example of group policy. So what is the example of group policy? The example of a group policy is the things that we cannot do by do by permissions. Those things needs to be done by a policy. The things that we cannot do by permissions, those things needs to be done by policy. So what is the difference between, so there are two things we need to, so there is security permissions. So there is something called security permissions, and difference between a security permission and a group policy. Guys, though both are related to security. Now, security permissions and group policy, please type yes in the chat window if you're present in the class, everyone. Okay, thank you. So thank you so much. And Salim is busy. Okay, yeah, he said he's busy. Okay, so guys, security permission and what is the difference between security permission and group policy? So guys, group policy is something that we use to allow and restrict access. Let's compare that in a real environment. So in the real environments, the security permissions would be that if you're entering a building, so in the real environment, it is if you're entering a security building, once you enter into the building, they have scan card machines here. So there is a scan card machine, you need to scan your card, then you can go inside. This is known as permission. This is known as permission in the real environment. If you cannot scan your card, you cannot go in. So that is known as permission. Now, what is a policy? Policy is something that will restrict you from using some features and services. So policy is most of the time, so this is known as permission. And the policy is a written policy. So policy will be written, and let's say policy is an auto insurance policy. Now, auto insurance policy, it's not kind of a permission, but it is a policy that is giving you some features, or it is maybe it is restricting some features as well. So let's say full policy, full comprehensive insurance of a car would protect your complete car. So it is full comprehensive insurance, or you have a third party insurance. third party. So in that, you don't have, we all know what is the difference between a full insurance comprehensive and a third party insurance. In full comprehensive, you have your full car insured, whereas in third party, your car is not insured. So this is not insured, but the other car is insured, that is involved in an accident. Okay, so we know that. So policy again is something that will restrict and allow us something, but permissions is different. So taking an example, taking the same example in our Windows. In Windows, remember that today we created a folder, and then on the folder we said that John will have a read-only access. So if John has a read-only access, this is known as security permissions. Okay, but if I need to do that if I say that I need to restrict task manager on all the Windows machines. So let's say if you're looking at my mouse, everyone, this is my mouse here. So if I take my mouse on my task bar, guys, this complete bar is known as a task bar. Guys, we all need to know that this is a task bar. This complete bar is known as what? It is known as a taskbar. So the next time when I ask you go to the taskbar, you need to bring your mouse all the way down and go to the taskbar here. So this is a taskbar. On the taskbar, if I right click, everyone, if I right click, I can see a task manager. Now, if I want to restrict this, there is no permission for this. In Windows, there is no permission for this. The only way I can restrict this is through a group policy. So if I want to enable this or disable this, for now it is enabled. If I go here, it is enabled for everyone. So it opens. But let's say if I don't want users to go here, I need to create a group policy. So that's a difference, that if I need to enable, disable any Windows feature, I want to disable the start manager. I need to disable, let's say, any icon from here, or I need to remove control panel from the user's access. So let's say if I go to control panel, if I need to completely remove this from here, this is where group policies are used. So this is where I said group policy is used to allow or restrict program or services within Windows infrastructure. Okay, so here we have security permissions to provide read access, whereas I have group policies to allow or restrict access. So permissions are only for permissions. Going back to our building environment, building setting, guys, why do we take a real world example? Because we need to remember it for in the interview. So in interviews, they ask you a question, what is the difference between permission and group policy? So guys, in your photo memory, just bring that photo here, or make this photo big on your rough page wherever you're taking notes. Just make this photo, a building, a person entering a building, scanning cards. This is a permissions. But policy is something written. A policy is insurance policy. It can be a life policy, life insurance policy. It can be a medical policy even. So those are policies. They will allow or restrict some features around us. So those are different type of policies. Same thing. So in the computer, a folder created, you can give it a read access. You can provide full access, but the user will be able to read or full whatever the permissions are. Whereas policy is something to something restrict service. So example is hide task manager. Task manager. Hide task manager, this will be done from this. Hide control panel. Is from the group policy, because there are no permissions to do this. Now, so now that we have a basic understanding of policy, policy takes care of things permission can't. Excellent, Usher. This is a good definition. Yes. So policy will do everything that permissions cannot do. So that's the main thing. And Naveed is saying policy is assigned Active Directory like sites, domain, and OUs, and right to assign to users and groups, and wherever permissions is assigned to the network sources like files and folders. Yes, this can be a definition as well. However you can remember, everyone, however you can remember, just remember the difference between policy and a group policy. Okay. Now the second thing that we need to remember here, that where do you start managing the policy? So guys, here we start managing the policy. How to manage a policy. Guys, policy can be managed by using GPMC. So how to manage policy. How to manage a policy. It is done by a tool called, the tool that will be used is known as GPMC. GPMC is Group Policy Management Console. Now, how do you get it? You will get it right from here. So let's log into our first server, guys, and we will go to our server. I will minimize this, and here, from here, you can go to tools, and from the tools, you need to go to Group Policy Management. So you can go to Group Policy Management, and Zishan, your camera is on. Hello, Zishan. Okay, so here,
Yes, sir.
guys, it's okay. So here, look, security policy right here. So group policy is right here, guys. So here we have, we have group policy management. So group policy management, and let's open group policy management, everyone. So group policy management, and once you open group policy management, basically from here we can manage everything. So as soon as you open this, there are these 4 folders here. There is one called domain, and basically this is the only place where you see your forest. So if somebody says, can you ever see a forest in Active Directory? Yes, you cannot see that in Active Directory users and computers. You cannot see that in domains and trust. You cannot see that in sites and services, but the only place where you can see it, it's right here. And one more thing for everyone, guys, since most of the people are new to IT here, always when you have it open, don't try to open again and again. So here, always look at the task manager. This is taskbar. Sorry, this is the taskbar where it is already open. So if it is already open, you don't need to open it again from here. I mean, that looks totally like a newbie that you're opening it. Oh, I need to open it again. Let's say if you cannot see it here, and I'm saying go to GPMC. So you will again go to GPMC. Now here, if I go to GPMC here, which is here, I mean, now I have 2 GPMC open. So 2 are open. So please always keep looking at this here as well on the task manager. If you're, so here I can see that Active Directory users and computers open. I can also see server manager open. So you don't need to open it again. Here I can see this is a shutdown window open. So if it is already open, do not open from here. You can open it here, it doesn't matter. But since you're already working on one, why you need to open another one? Okay, so now since we are here in group policy management, in group policy management, I have domain, and within the domain, it shows me my domain. We'll cover that later on, not today, but here we are looking at our domain, and the very first policy is always, you can see the policy with this icon that is type of a list icon, a text file icon. So this is a text file icon, and these are all of the OUs. So these are all of the OUs that we see. Remember that we have a Toronto OU, we have a Sydney OU, we have a New York OU. We made these OU within. So this is basically almost the same as Active Directory users and computers. So I'm going to go back to my taskbar, and here I can see my Active Directory users and computer. If I put it on this side and I bring my policy here, so here I can see my 3 OUs. Toronto OU, then Sydney OU, New York OU, and here I can see the policies for these. So for now, if I expand this, I can see other OUs, but there are no policies assigned to this. Now, how do I know if there is no policy assigned to an OU? Because I don't see a paper, this type of icon here. Let's say if I need to assign a policy to this, all I need to do is, so let's say if I need to assign policies on this, all I need to do, I'll right click on this and I'll say create a new GPO to this domain. You don't have to create this. I'm just showing it to you that how does it look like if there is a policy attached to a OU. If there is a policy attached to OU, you will see it like this. So if I go to Sydney now, there is no policy attached to this. And if I go to Toronto now, there is no policy attached to this. If there is a policy, I can right click on this and create a GPO. I'll just name it something and the policy. So it's saying that the same name is available. I just make this change and there is a policy attached to this. So I'm just going to delete this for now. So I deleted this now, I deleted this now. So we're just going through this console here. Now, all of the policies that you make are available in this place. So right here, group policy objects, GPOs, and here you will see all of the policies here. So I just made these two policies. They were linked here. So I'm just going to delete them. So delete these additional policies. So the two policies that are by default available in Active Directory is just two. One is default domain policy, and the other is under this, which is default domain controller policies. Yes, Naveed, go ahead.
Sir, what I understand is basically these are user-defined policies, not the default ones, and default ones are only one or two here. So my question to you is that in one organization, there may be hundreds of different kind of policies available. But for us, how can we find out the particular policy which we are looking for? How we will be notified?
Excellent question, and I will answer that question once we reach there.
Okay.
So yes, so there are many policies, but just to give you a very high level answer to this, all of the policies will be right here. Group policy objects. So here you see that there is a shortcut. It means that these two policies are made here and they are linked here. So this is linked here to a domain. So the only two default policies that are available are right here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, everyone, in this 15 minutes, you won't be able to follow me, but I just want to show you that how a policy is made and how is it linked to a user.
Sir, I have a question here.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I just checked it. There are two kind of policies. One is computer policies. One is Windows policy, sorry, and one is I think users policy. So how you differentiate, in between that this is Windows policy and this one is computers policy. There are two icons, right?
Excellent question, but that is again we need to learn to walk before running. And
Okay.
I like your questions, Alamgir, because you always try to step. I mean, you're always try to run not beside me, but before me. I like it. I mean, that's not that. I mean, it's a good thing. Okay, but to answer that question, I still need to explain that. I still need to explain computer and user and everything. We'll learn everything about this. Okay, so I'm going to park that question as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do, everyone, what I'm going to do, I'll create a policy, then I'll apply it to a user, and then we'll see it in operation. So I would suggest at this point, just keep looking at the screen. And this is being recorded. You can just go through the class recording, skip the audio lecture, just come down to this part and then do exactly the same steps. Okay. So at the moment, what I need to do, I will do exactly the same thing what I said here. So we will create a policy where we need to disable for all of the user task managers. So I need to disable task manager for all of the users. So in order to do that, what I'll do, I will create a policy, and then first of all, I will need to create a policy, and then I will attach it to the OU, and then we will test the policy. So for now, if I go to my client machine, and if I right click on this, I can see the task manager, I can open a task manager, but I need to restrict that so that people won't be able to do that. Especially John shouldn't be able to do that. So for that, what I will do, I will create a new policy right here. So I'm creating a new policy. I will right click on this. I will say create GPO. GPO stands for group policy object. I'm just saying create a new policy. Actually, the best way to create a policy is start from right here. So I am going to create a new policy. So this will be a new policy, and I will call that disable task manager. So disable task manager, and the policy is created. Okay, but for now there are no settings in the policy. On this side here I can see the scope, and in the next lecture we'll go through that, but the most important place is the settings report. So it's saying I've created a policy, but it is empty. It's exactly like your auto insurance policy is created, but it has nothing inside. Now what do we need to do? We need to disable task manager. So first of all, I will need to right click on this policy. I will go to edit. And once I go to edit, it will now give me, this is the editor of this group policy. So there are two types of settings, user settings and computer settings. So I can apply policy on the computer. I can also apply policy on the user's configuration. So in this case, I am going to apply that policy. Now, some settings are available on user level, some settings are available on computer level. We'll go through that detail in the next lecture, but just for a very short description here, we need to remember that there are two types of things. There is policies and preferences. Policies is something that must be applied on a computer. So whatever settings that we see under here are the policies. As soon as I do, they will be applied. But preferences is something that can be changed by the user. So if I go under this, in the preferences, I have policy in regards to the files, folders, registry. If I go to a control panel, I can make policy about the folder options and users. So we'll go through that later on. But here, if I go inside the policy, and if I go to Windows settings here, in Windows settings, there are policies about security. So for example, our account policy is right here. So this account policy is saying the password policy, and the account lockout policy is here. So what is the account lockout policy? Account lockout policy is saying that, let's say if any user, if I need to apply this policy saying that if any user does three wrong attempts, then the account should be locked out. So here, I just created a policy saying that if the user is doing three wrong attempts, three invalid logins, meaning the account will be locked out. But at the moment, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that for this user. We are here for a different policy. So let me just change that. We'll do that in another in another class. So for now, I don't want to define that because I don't want to make it very complex, guys. With policies, we need to be very careful because if you have hundreds of policies, it will be very, very difficult to troubleshoot them. So for now, I removed that setting, and I'm looking for a policy to basically to disable the task manager. Now there are many different policies. How do you know where is my policy and which policy I need to disable? So first of all, these are all your policy. Let's ignore everything else here, and let me just so let's focus on only disable one thing. And so these are different policies. There are policies about printers, there are policies about networks, there are policies about control panel, and you can disable control panel. And here you have many things about the control panel. But if you need to see everything, all the policies, all settings are right here. So all settings are right here. So here you can say, do not display lock screen. So if I enable this policy, it won't display lock screen. Here you have turn off automatic learning. So there are many things that are not even used in the real environment, but they are there since based on the feedback throughout the world that Microsoft receives, and they create policy for us. All we need to do is to enable or disable them.
Sir, I have a question.
Click setting.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes.
Sir, the question is, let's see, turn off solid state mode. This is the policy, right? Let's assume. And I'm going to disable it. So will it disable on all of the user's account or only for the specific computer?
Very good. So everyone, the question is, let's say if I have any policy, where it will be, will it be applied to all of the users or only few of the users? So to answer that, let's say if I create any policy, it depends on which level you applied a policy. So Wasim, let's say if I apply it to a domain, then it will be applied to everyone. If I apply it to just Toronto area, it will be only applied to Toronto users. So that is so this is how it works.
So, sir, if I go into the Toronto folder and there is a call center department, right? So if I only want to put the policy in the call center, that will go only for the call center department, right?
Exactly. We just need to expand that Toronto OU, and within Toronto OU, we'll just apply it to the call center.
So can I further expand that folder, call center folder, and go to the manager office, and I just want to put the policy in the manager computer? Can I do it?
Yes, this can be done too. Yes, so that can be done too.
So, sir, I have another question.
Yes,
so
please
what
go
is the difference between policy and the permission then?
Policy and permission, okay, very simple difference is that anything that we cannot do through permission, we will have to do it through policy. So that's the main difference. Okay, so for example, on folder, you can have full right and everything, but with permission, you cannot disable task manager. With permission, you cannot hide control panel. So this is where it is required. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Just want to understand that, so you can create a policy, and so that is basically on the site. And then you can put that policy like wherever you want, basically on the domain level or any kind of particular user or any kind of site. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. This can be, yes, that's a correct understanding.
Assalamu alaikum, Adnan bhai. I have a question too.
Yes, please go ahead. I think Alamgir is trying to ask question. So let Alamgir ask a question, and then Hooman, you can ask a question.
These policies are not like alphabetically. It's very hard to.
Right. Yes. So it's very hard.
Setting maybe it will be. It should be alphabetically.
No. You can, I mean, if you click on setting, it can be alphabetically, but still it is hard to find a policy for something. Okay. So I'll show you how it is done. Yes, Hooman, you may ask a question.
Adnan bhai, in real job, when we have, for example, a colleague, they couldn't, change the screen, the size, and also they couldn't use some part of the control panel, and they create a ticket and they ask us to do for them as an admin account we have. Just I'm wondering to know, is that set up in the policy or permission?
Yes, printer access is done through permissions. It's not a policy. It's just a permission. You just need to go to a printer, right click on that, go to security, and you need to allow or disallow.
No, not that question, Adnan bhai. For example, we have a colleague and they want to change the size the monitor, but they couldn't, and because they don't have admin right, and they ask us as a support, level 2 support, level 1 support, to log in and change it. Just I'm wondering to know this correction or this measurement came from the policy, because they set up the policy for example, some of the colleagues, they couldn't do kind of like that, or is that the permission?
No, that's a permission. Now, why am I saying it's a permission? Because that user doesn't have admin rights on the computer. Okay, so all of the users are restricted to basically do anything. They cannot install anything. They cannot change the control panel. So this is based on users access, but it can also be a policy as well. It can also be a policy as well, that there is a policy that no one can change anything in the display settings. So we can handle this from policy, but in general, it is just, if we can just restrict the user's admin access, he won't be able to do anything. And the person with admin rights will be able to do it. So you had the admin rights, you were able to do it. So mostly it is done through permissions. Okay. Okay, guys. So going back to my example here. So what I wanted to do, everyone, that to disable the task. So my very first task is, so I'm going to quickly go back, and what I did here, I created a policy. I right clicked here and I created this policy. It was an empty policy. There are no settings here. I'm going to quickly double click on this. As soon as I double click, or I need to right click and edit. Once I edit this, I have two things here. Now I need to now find out that where is my policy that I need to disable the task manager. So there are two ways, guys. There are two ways. One way is that I quickly Google this, and find out where is that policy. So when I Google this, somebody will, I mean, there are hundreds and thousands of articles and I can quickly check. So that is, I mean, that will be my favorite. I mean, that will be my preference, that I Google it and find it instead of me finding it differently. Now, but in the technical environment, what happens is you won't have internet access. Maybe there is no internet access, then how do you find it? So guys, in order to find a policy, first of all, I will go to the policy, then I will go to all settings instead of going to individual. Then there is a way to search it, because there is no search ability in this. The way we search it. So I will right click on all the settings. All the settings has all of the policies that are here. So I can first of all click on filter on. And then secondly, I need to go to filter option, and in here, enable keywords that I'm looking for something called task manager. So any policy that has the word task in it, just show it to me. So first I write it here, task, and then in here, I will click OK. So among all those 2000 settings, so here, if you're following the mouse here, there are 2000 policies settings here, 2300 policies. Among that, there are 17 policies that has the word task in it. So for example, here it says task scheduler. There is and there is a word task inside. If I double click on anything, so there might be a word called task in here, but in here I don't see my policy, which means that policy doesn't exist under computer configuration. So I will continue my search under user configuration. So some settings are not in computers, so they might be in user settings. So I'll go into users policy and go into administrative policy, and here again I will go to all settings. And within all settings, first of all, there are how many policies available? There are all these 1600 or 1500 policies available. So in there, I need to search my policy. Why am I searching my policy? Because guys, my manager wants me to disable the task manager. So the only word that I can search for is task or manager. So this is how this is where the request is coming from. So I will first of all filter on, and then I will go to the filter option, and then I will enable a keyword called task. I'm looking for a keyword called task, or you can write a complete task manager. I'm just looking for anything that has the word task in it. Now, as soon as I see there are many things here, I can hide, get programs, install updates, install features. If I go down here, I can see here, remove task manager. So this is one policy that I can see that is closely that is close to my task. I mean, the thing that I need to do. So I will double click on this, and here first I can read through it, but since I know that I need to remove the task manager, all I need to do is enable this. I'll enable this, number one, and then all I need to do is click OK. So there are two options. I can enable it, I can disable it, or I can not configure it. Not configured simply means the policy is not working. Enable means that it will remove the task manager. Disable means that the policy is there, but it's disabled. So in this case, I am going to enable this. And all I need to do is enable and click OK. Once I do, I can see that this is the only policy that is enabled, and all other policies are by default disabled. So nothing is enabled. And so this is the policy that I did changed, and all I need to do is close this. As soon as I close this, the policy is saved. Now the policy is here. Then all I need to do is to try and refresh this. That let's see if this appears here, and I will change to another policy, come back to this here. And in here, I will press F5 and generate yes. So now it shows me that this policy has user configuration under administrative templates. If I go down here and show what it is, so it says this policy is only about remove task manager. Remember that it had nothing before, and now I can see that it is remove task manager. So this is my first task. So what I did, I created a policy, then I edited a policy, then I searched for my policy, and then I enabled it and closed it. Then now all I need to do is I can go to John Smith. So if I put it here on the domain, then everybody will not be able to see the task manager. But this is not what I need to do, because then even the admin won't be able to see the task manager. So here I will go to users and apply this policy. So in the users, in Toronto users, I have John Smith, but I can verify where John Smith is. I can go to Toronto in the Active Directory users and computer. I can see John Smith is right here. So I need to apply on this level. I don't need to apply on the domain level, because then it will be applied to everyone. So in this case, and here you don't see users. Here I just see the OUs. So this is why I went to Active Directory users and computer and verified where the user is. So my instructions from the management was restrict task manager for John. And then John is sitting in Toronto under OUs here. So that's where I need to apply the policy. I'll double check my policy is right here, and it is only applied to users OU in Toronto. Okay. So once it is applied.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
When somebody go to the maternity leave or somebody, fire, what's going to be happen? They go here and they just, remove the access, or they go somewhere else?
No. So when somebody goes on vacation, somebody is fired, we just go to Active Directory users and computer and disable the account. So we don't apply policies for that. Okay.
Oh, for maternity leave the same?
Same thing. You just go in here and right click and disable the account. So we disable the account, right? So policies are only for specific settings. Yes, please go ahead.
So once we either disable the policy or enable the policy in user account, right? As a system admin, do I have to remote in and update the run the GP update on the user?
Yes,
user?
Always,
yes. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, so now the next step.
Once again, how did you add it over here?
How did I add the policy?
Yeah, right here.
I mean, apply the policy, or I added up, enable the policy.
No, like how did it come in users right here? Like, on the users page, how did you add it?
Yes, you just drag it. Just put it and drag it on this.
Okay, perfect.
Drag on the users, okay? So once it is added, now how do you test it? So guys, testing, there are two ways to test this. Number one is either you will ask the users to log off and log back in, so that will apply the policy, or you can go to a command prompt and run this command. So you can go to a command prompt and just say GP update. GP update is it's GP update simply means group policy update. So here I'm going to say GP update. Once you do GP update, it's updating the policy, and most probably it will apply the policy. But let's say if you don't want to ask the user to run the GP update because you don't want him to be alarmed that you did something, and once you run this, it will do something in the computer, you can simply ask the user, just re-log in, log off and re-log in, and we are doing some testing. Or you can force this through a SCCM or some other software as well. So in this case, since it is updated, now let me try it. Here we can see it is disabled. Now user can see it, but it is disabled.
Sorry, Adnan, is that possible? Explain GP update again? I didn't get it.
Yes. GP update is just a command to, I'm running on the client machine, that just go and update the policy. So all the policies that are applied to this computer will be updated. Remember that before we were able to see the task manager, and now we're not able to see the task manager. But let's test this further, and let me log in with administrator if I am able to access the task manager using administrator. So I'm going to switch the user to administrator, and I will try to log in using administrator account. So we haven't applied this to administrator, we just applied it to John. So once you're logged in to the administrator, So here, if I right click on the task bar, I can see the task manager. So on the same computer, administrator is able to see the task manager. Whereas if I switch back to John, John is not able to see the task manager. So let's quickly recap what we did, and then we will just finish this lecture. So guys, in order to apply policies, there are few things to remember. Number one, we will use GPMC to create the policy. So create policy. Policy is known as GPO. So from now on, remember the word GPO. GPO stands for Group Policy Object. So create a policy, assign settings, assign settings. So what are the settings we did? We found the task manager, find task manager policy. So we assign the task manager, find the task manager policy, and enable the policy. So we enabled it, enable the policy. So we enable the policy, and number 3 is then we link it to the OU. Link GPO, link GPO to OU. In our case, we linked it where? We linked it to Toronto and /users. So where John was. So where John was, and fourth one was on the client machine, run GP update. On client computer, run GP update and test. Excellent. Ashish, it worked for you. Good.
Adnan, can you please do these 2 or 3 steps quickly once again?
Okay, I will. GP update. So here we can run GP update and test the policy. Okay, so the steps you're saying.
The GP update has to be on the client.
Was in the users account or in a computer's account?
So you're saying user setting or the computer setting?
Yeah.
So it was user setting.
Yeah, that's why I was checking in computers. I couldn't find for long.
Okay, so I'll do these steps again one more time here, guys. Let's say I want to do this again. So all I did, started with GPO, right click, create a new policy. So I'm creating a new policy, and I will call that enable task manager. So I'm enabling task manager. So first one was disabling task manager. Now I'm enabling task manager. So once I do that, you create a policy, right click on that, edit. You will go into the policy. And once you go into the policy, now you need to decide that which settings you need to go for, computer settings or user setting. Now, you might ask a question, how do you decide which one to go for? Guys, it's not our decision, it's where the setting is. So first I tried to find that in computer, I couldn't find it. So which means that that is a user-based setting. So how do you find it? Now one way is that you can, if you know where it is directly, you can directly go to it. Or the easiest way is go to all settings, then you can just say filter on. Once the filter is on, then you can say filter options, and filter options just look for the word task. So I look for the word task here, or let's say this time we will do disable control panel. So let's say if I'm looking for anything to control panel. So let's say we'll restrict John more, and we will disable control panel for John. So now if I say the word control panel, it gives me 300. So I need something more, a better keyword for this, because I cannot go through 300 settings here. So I will go back again, and here I just search for the word control panel. So I'm looking for a word control panel, and here I still have 382. 382 meaning that here there are so many things here. Okay, so it is still searching. I mean, this is a bit challenging part within group policy, that there is no specific search. So I'm just gonna use quotes here. Quotes here just to look for the complete word control panel, and it's not giving me that. So most probably I'll look for this here. So this is a control panel location, and also I'll look for that in the users, in the user settings. So actually, instead of just, since I have so many there are so many policies available. First, in this case, I will try to go into the control panel and see what is in the control panel. If I go directly to a control panel under user setting, here it's saying hide specified control panel items, prohibit access to the control panel or PC settings. Okay, so I think this might be closer to my requirement, that I need to disable control panel for John. So I'll just double click on this policy and I'll enable this. You can read through this as well, that what else will be disabled with this. So it says disable all control panel programs and PC settings applications. So I'll just disable this, and I selected my setting and I click OK. So guys, again, if you want to do it on your own, you can just go to user configuration, then administrative template, then control panel, and here just select this. So what I'll do, I'll just take a picture of this and paste it in the notes so that you can do that on. So today we did two policies, one task manager and the other one, so I'll put it in the notes here.
Anyway, what are the common policies? Where did you work as per your life experience?
So just a second. So user and policy, and then administrative template, and here, and this one. Just enable this one. So to answer this question, Naveed, all the companies have different policies throughout. I mean, all companies have different they apply different type of policies in their organization based on their requirements. So there is no such thing as what are the most common policies. Some banks are more restrictive, telecom companies are less restrictive, hospitals have their own policies. So the only thing that is required here for you is to just understand, if somebody asks you to create a policy, then first of all, you need to investigate and see, and then test that in a test environment, and then apply it in the real environment. Okay. So, here I just enabled this policy, and now comes the very important part. So first of all, I'll rename this, because now this policy is disable control panel. Now what I need to do is, that I need to apply it somewhere. Now, my question for Zishan is, Zishan, if I apply this to a domain level, then what happens? The question is for Zishan. If I applied this to a domain level, then what happens? Okay, anyone?
Including admin, everyone will be affected.
Excellent. So this will be, everyone will be affected. So I need to apply it only to users OU in Toronto, so that only John gets that policy. So once it is applied, so now I have two policies applied on that OU. So now he is in a bit of a trouble that John won't be able to. So I'm logged into admin, and control panel. Control panel is still available, and we can use the control panel because we are logged in with domain admin. Okay, so now I'm going to switch to John. So here, let's switch to John. So I'm gonna switch to John Smith. So guys, this is all recorded. Please try these two policies here, and I will share with you some videos as well. Please complete the videos as well and also prepare for DNS. So John is here, and let me see first, the task manager policy still applies to him. He's not able to do anything in the task manager. Let's go to control panel. Control panel is here. Control panel is here. And there is a lot of things in the control panel. Okay. So it means the policy is not applied. So what I'm going to do is run GP update. So on this, I'm just going to go add GP update. So if GP update is running properly, then this control panel should be, so it is computer policy applied to this. Now I'm going to just move away and open control panel again. We got the error message. The operation has been canceled due to restriction in effect on this computer. Please contact your system administrator. Excelente. So we applied a policy that this user cannot access control panel once the policy is applied. Okay, everyone, excellent. This is all for today's lecture, and please review everything. Also, try to meet in a group as well. Yes, please go ahead.
So one thing before you go, where are these lectures for 741?
The lectures for 741 are right here within within our Google Drive.
Also, one more thing on that, Mike. After you're done, sorry.
Can you copy the link on the?
Where?
Hello?
Yes, hold on. So what I'm looking for, Drive. So Faz, I think you have access to this.
I don't have the. I might have the access, but I don't have the address for this.
You don't have the link, so it's right here, 741, and it's updated with all of the videos. So we have lecture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of them are here. I'll share it with you. What's your email address?
FazAziz@gmail.com.
Okay. So Ashish, you can go ahead, ask your question. In the meantime, I'll share it with Faz.
So essentially, when I added the group policy to, Toronto, I guess, users, right? So also there was another user in there, Mike Smith, who I made the admin. But now Mike Smith was he was the domain admin, but the policy is also applied to domain admin. So does that does that matter even though if he's a domain admin?
So which policy? The control panel policy?
Yeah, task manager policy, right? So there's no task manager showing up for Mike Smith either.
Okay, and where did you apply it? On domain level?
Yeah.
So if you applied it on a domain level, then it will be applied to a domain admin as well. So which means if
No. So I mean, I pasted it on the user, right? Actually, sorry, I put it on the user file, right, for Toronto.
Okay, so it shouldn't be applied to a domain admin. It should only be applied to whoever is in the user's OU.
Yes, but yeah, okay, makes sense. Okay, yeah, because Mike is actually in the user, but I made him a domain admin, right?
Oh yes, for sure, because he's a user and an admin too, but the restrictive policy applies. So whatever are the restrictions that will be applied.
Okay, so in this case, just in case there are some people like that in another place, you would actually want to move them to another file when you add such policies, I guess, then?
No, there is security filtering. There is security filtering for people like those, and we'll discuss them in the next lecture. So we can like exempt some users from the policy from in the same OU.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
Okay,
All right.
good.
Thank
you. So, sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So is this a last class of this module, or we have some?
No. We have just started with group policy. We just started it. It's just 10% of group policy.
Okay, and after group policy, our module will be done, or we have more?
No. So there is a full lecture on group policy, and then after that there are two more lectures. There are two more lectures.
Then we will done our module.
Secure Active Directory, Advanced Active Directory, and then last one is maintenance and monitoring of complete infrastructure. Then we're done with this.
Oh,
so
okay.
3 more lectures with this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Where can you see the policy once it is created?
Where can I see the policy that I created?
Yes.
So you can see the policy only in GPM, which is Group Policy Management, and here under Group Policy Objects.
Where is that?
So expand your domain, and then under that expand Group Policy Object.
I have expanded every single thing, but not able to find group policy object.
So are you in Group Policy Management?
Yes, I am. I just created the policy,
Okay,
but I want to implement it.
So let's go through this moment of truth and share your screen.
Okay.
Okay, we can see your screen. You are in Group Policy Management Editor. You're not in Group Policy Management. So close this. This is where you make a policy.
Oh, okay.
So close this. And right beneath this, what do we have?
Group policy enable task manager. There you go.
Yes. So this is so this is Group Policy Management. The one that you were in is the Group Policy Editor. Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right. So that is where we make here we just create a simple empty policy, and once we go into the editor, then we make some setting changes.
Okay. So here the policy is created, correct or no?
Yeah, right. Here policy is created, but the settings will be done in the editor.
Well, I created that already. Like here.
Okay, so you wanted to see what? You wanted to see what settings are in this? Okay, so that's fine.
After following your steps, I created the same policy here on my system.
Now you need to see where are those settings that you did.
I went here to all settings. I filtered it on, and then filter options, task, remove task manager. This is the one, and I double clicked on it.
And this is enabled. Excellent.
Enabled, and this is okay.
Okay, so now you can just close this, and it will be saved.
I close this here.
Now, if you need to see it, just click on settings on the side. On this other side, click on settings. No, on the right side here in the one of the tabs up there. Just a second.
This is the task. Oh, enable task manager. Approve. Okay.
Can you give me the access? Okay.
Yeah, I did that.
It's right here. It's right here. Settings.
I cannot see.
Oh, I cannot click on this one. Okay, so you know where you see scope, detail, settings, and delegation? Yes. So
okay.
Just click on settings. And now under user settings, just expand administrative templates. Just click show
template.
And then show again. And here you see this is the setting that you did in this policy.
Right. Now all I have to do is to just
link
drag
it to the OU. Here. Exactly.
And then drop it here where I have.
So first of all, expand Toronto OU, yeah, and then just link it here.
Enable task manager, and there you go.
Right. So once it is done, then you can go to the client machine.
Right.
And then run GP update. No, you can direct. Okay, yeah, you can go by this. Right. So let's see right now, before running the GP update, just right click on the taskbar. Let's see if you have it. It's already disabled. It's already disabled.
Okay. Like without doing GP update, see this
Yes.
is disabled.
So what happens is there are three ways to apply the policy. One, to run with GP update, or restart the computer, or re-log in. So log off and log back in. So that will apply the new policy.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you,
Excellent. Very
Like,
good. Very good. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see each other in the
now,
next lecture.
one more question, sir, before you go.
Yes, please go ahead.
The test coming Thursday,
Yes.
DHCP and DNS. So,
Yes. Please review everything.
So those videos.
Yes, it will be from the same video, same whatever we have covered. Yes.
Give me the link.
Like what were the last two lectures?
It's in the drive. Let me see. And in the drive, I think it says, so one is lecture number 4, which is DNS, and I think 3 as well, DHCP.
Okay, lecture number 3 and 4. Okay.
I think so. Maybe just try which one is DHCP.
Yes, I need to check. And also, thank you so much for your kind help. I appreciate
Okay, you're most welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Allah Hafiz.
Okay. Allah Hafiz.
Hello?
Yes, Faz, are you asking any question?
Can you provide me the link, sir?
It should be in your email. Please check your email.
Okay, I'm checking. Okay, sir, I've got the email.
You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
One last question, sir. Only last question. Is there any difference between the GPO policy and all these directory things between the
Faz, I cannot hear you.
No problem.
Faz, next time please use your phone to dial in. It's a local call. It won't charge you anything.
Thank you.
Okay, please. Thank you.